Chapter 99. Great Elder Princess didn't care about what other people did at the banquet, but only those who had nothing to do with her. Now, she had regarded Jingwan as a real guest, her guest. It didn't matter if it was someone from her own residence or someone from outside. If they dared to cause trouble under her nose, she would skin them alive once she found out. Therefore, even if Great Elder Princess had a good temperament, how could a person who grew up in the roofless imperial palace be really simple? Speaking of this zither, Jingwan had to admit that it was a good zither. Whether it was the materials used or the workmanship, they were all first class. The only problem was probably that the strings were too tight. People who didn't have a little finger strength couldn't even pluck the strings at all. Even if they could, it would be quite laborious, and it would be difficult for them to finish the whole piece. However, the biggest advantage of this kind of zither was that the effect of playing those majestic songs would be greatly enhanced. Jingwan looked up at Luo Jingying calmly. She was smiling proudly and provocatively, and she was waiting to see Jingwan make a fool of herself. She had made a name for herself as a good sister. She didn't want to let her down. Jingwan suddenly smiled. Yes, her good sister had created a good opportunity for her. Of course, she couldn't let her down. Seeing Jingwan smile, Luo Jingying's heart skipped a beat and suddenly had a bad premonition. Others saw that the woman on the parterre didn't move for a long time, and some of the male guests even began to kick up a fuss, asking her to play quickly or come down to accept the punishment. However, because there was a distance between the male guest seats, and those who were closer to the female guest seats were more noble, they naturally wouldn't do anything inappropriate. And those young people who dared to make a fuss didn't dare to be too close to those nobles, nor did they dare to kick up a fuss too loudly. Therefore, Jingwan could only hear their voices, but she didn't know what they were talking about. Shut up. Li Honyuan held the wine glass with a malicious look in his eyes. The two words weren't heavy, but the effect was quite amazing. Almost in an instant, the male guest seats fell silent. Therefore, using the King of Hell as a silencer was not a good idea. Li Honyuan moved his body, as if trying to make himself more comfortable, and closed his eyes. The people who were causing a ruckus earlier patted their chests. It seemed that they had disturbed the rest of the King of Hell. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts. If he wanted to sleep, why didn't he scram back to sleep? However, he could only curse in his heart. It wasn't as if there weren't people who had peed their pants after being scared by the King of Hell. Was Li Honyuan really resting? Of course not. He was just using this method to hide his anger. His anger could no longer be hidden when he opened his eyes. It was clear to see how much anger he had. Wanwan wasn't a high-profile person, but she wasn't someone who didn't know how to pretend to know when she didn't know. But at the same time, she also showed that since she had gone up, she could do it. According to what he knew, Wanwan had indeed learned the zither 3 years ago. However, it wasn't for a long time, and it was intermittent. The people he sent to Qian Manor also didn't know what level she had reached. Even in his previous life, he hadn't heard of her being famous in this area. However, with his previous guesses as a foundation, Li Honyuan wouldn't find it strange no matter what kind of shocking things she did. It was just that today, in his previous life, there wasn't such a thing. Although there was Yu Yao's game, it didn't fall on Wanwan's head. Perhaps there was a small unforeseen event somewhere. This unforeseen event might cause other unforeseen events. However, he was using this banquet as an excuse to arrange some things. It wouldn't be strange if other things happened. What made him angry was that Wanwan had been tricked. What made him even angrier was that with her slender fingers, who knew how much suffering she would have to endure after playing a song. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, he couldn't directly go up and pull her down. Both of them were good. If he didn't repay them well, they would really think that Wanwan was easy to bully. Clang! With a sound, Jingwan's hands finally began to move. Perhaps it was because she hadn't played the zither for a long time. The first few notes were not very coherent, intermittent, and out of tune. Luo Jingying showed a contemptuous smile. She thought that she was very capable. It was fine that she hadn't learned the zither before. She didn't need to pretend to be so good at it. However, this was also good. It was more disgusting to pretend to know something when you didn't know it than to directly confess that you didn't know it. Great Elder Princess also sighed softly. Sure enough, it was too forced. This zither was not suitable for a girl to play. However, it didn't take long for a change to happen. Gradually, it became smooth and coherent. Jingwan's fingers slid quickly on the strings, and she was particularly attentive and serious. Many people made similar sounds. The crowd, who originally didn't take this child's game seriously, gradually focused and listened attentively. It was a song that they had never heard before. It was sonorous, powerful, magnificent, and full of the solemn sound of fighting. It made people's scalps tingle and their blood boil. Even those calm and self-restrained elders couldn't help blushing. What's more, a certain elder of the inner pavilion, who was usually cold and reserved, always did things neatly and concisely, was so excited that he knocked over his chair and stared at Jingwan, who was playing the zither. His expression was just like a young boy who had fallen in love for the first time. When it came to the most intense part, Jingwan's hands were so fast that they appeared to be phantoms. As she devoted herself to the music, her body moved with her hands. Naturally, her movements were a little big, but it didn't make people feel that she was improper. Instead, with her movements, they seemed to be able to feel the artistic conception. Only a few people were not attracted by the sound of the zither. Instead, they noticed that Jingwan's face was flushed, and there were fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Although they couldn't hear it, they knew how fast she was breathing from her slightly swollen red lips and rapidly closing nostrils. The most important thing was that her fingers were bleeding. However, because the color of the cloth was relatively dark, it couldn't be seen. What could be seen were the zither strings, and it could only be seen through the reflection of light. Li Hongyuan resisted the impulse to forcibly interrupt her several times. He wanted to hide such a dazzling Wanwan, but he also wanted the world to be convinced by her. It was such a good opportunity to become famous, although she didn't want this. She had persevered until now. If her efforts were to go down the drain because of him, even if she didn't complain, she would still feel some regret in her heart. It wasn't that Jingwan didn't know her current state, but what she felt was not the pain in her fingers, but the state of being immersed. To put it in a more profound way, she had entered the state. Her body might be in the worst state, but her mind was in the best state. If there was a next time, Jingwan might not be able to reach this state. This state was too rare. She didn't want to stop, and she couldn't stop. The surging music came to an end. Jingwan's fingers slid one last time, and it was with this last stroke that one of the strings couldn't bear the weight and broke. However, since it was broken at the end, it naturally didn't have much of an impact. Good! A certain cabinet elder even clapped his hands and cheered in a somewhat crazy manner, attracting many sidelong glances. However, those who knew his nature shook their heads and laughed. He couldn't be blamed. This song was indeed good. Even those who didn't know how to play the zither felt that it was good, including those uncouth generals. It was really too exciting. Most of them felt that it was good. There were also those who were jealous. There were also some princesses and princesses who didn't take her seriously at all. If one looked carefully, one would find that Ruan Fangfei had a strange expression. She was carelessly pulling at her brocade handkerchief, and the depths of her eyes were filled with a desire called destruction. Naturally, there were also people like Luo Jingying and Li Ruyu whose faces were ashen. Luo Jingying subconsciously looked at Li Ruyu. Her gaze was as if she wanted to eat her alive, and it made her tremble fiercely. She was extremely scared. She had vowed that Luo Jingwan absolutely knew nothing about zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and so on. Moreover, her hands didn't look like they had touched the zither before. Not to mention that she often played the zither. As long as her zither skills were not bad, her fingers would inevitably have calluses. Sunny Jia and Ruan Fangfei were no exception. Who knew? Who knew? While Luo Jingying was scared, her hatred for Jingwan deepened. She must have done it on purpose. She deliberately hid her skills so that when the time was right, she could amaze the world with a brilliant feat. She wanted to use this opportunity to harm her. Luo Jingying had never reflected. If it weren't for her scheme, Jingwan wouldn't have gone on stage at all. Perhaps people would never know that she could play the zither. Li Ruyu took a few steps forward and grabbed Luo Jingying's arm. She used a lot of strength and said, "Come with me." Luo Jingying knew that if she left, she would suffer a lot. She wanted to ask for help, but no one noticed her. "How dare you not listen to me? Do you believe that I won't disfigure your face?" Li Ruyu threatened viciously. Luo Jingying had to compromise. As long as she could save her face, it didn't matter if she suffered a little. She swore that she would get it back from that *tch Luo Jingwan. After playing the zither, Jingwan felt tired. There was also a piercing pain in her fingers. She could only dig her fingers into her palms to slightly relieve the pain. Jingwan calmed her breathing and calmed her rapid heartbeat. She glanced down and found that the two disgusting people were gone. Thinking of Li Ruyu's character, Luo Jingying really reaped what she had sown. Jingwan stayed on the stage for a long time, but no one objected. Those who didn't know the truth didn't dare to speak rashly. However, those who knew the truth knew that this piece of music had probably exhausted the little girl's mind. Even the elder of Zither Addict's Pavilion didn't think that he could achieve such an effect. That kind of state had little to do with the skill. It was the result of many factors. Nanny Su helped Miss Luo down. Great Elder Princess ordered another nanny. It was definitely a great honor to let the most capable nanny of Great Elder Princess do it in person. Jingwan did feel exhausted. Since someone helped her, she didn't refuse. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Nanny." "You're welcome, Mississippi. It's my honor." It was a great honor for Jingwan, but it was also a great honor for Nanny Su. Now Miss Luo was the center of attention and favored by her master, while Nanny Su, in the end, was just a servant. Jingwan stood up with the help of Nanny Su. Her legs were a little weak. It was more tiring than exercising for 2 hours. It was not scientific. Jingwan staggered a little and steadied herself. When she went down, she naturally did not use all her strength on Nanny Su's hands. She usually did not need anyone to support her, and Nanny Su felt that she only used a little more strength than usual to support her master. Only when she was really close to Jingwan did she know how bad her condition was. She could not help but sigh. This young lady really had amazing perseverance. Jingwan let go of Nanny Su, shook her head slightly to her family and friends who looked concerned about her. She naturally put her hands in her sleeves and bowed to the nobles. "Great Elder Princess, I'm a little impolite. Please allow me to clean up." "Okay, you little girl. Don't be so polite at this time. Go ahead." Nanny Su also go and serve Miss Luo well. After Jingwan left, Great Elder Princess noticed Madame Luo. She invited her to the front and specially added a chair. Another maid of Great Elder Princess went to take the zither back and naturally found the blood on the strings. She handed the zither to Great Elder Princess and said, "Master, have a look." Great Elder Princess said with a cold face, "Ask someone to send the best medicine for wounds." "Thank you, Great Elder Princess." Madame Luo thanked her. No one saw her clenched hands. How can I accept old Madame's thanks? In the end, this matter has something to do with this princess. Great Elder Princess, don't say so. There are so many people in such a big mansion today. How can everything be done well? Great Elder Princess sighed and said, "Only someone like Madame Dowager can raise such an excellent girl like Miss Luo." Great Elder Princess, you flatter me. Apart from this small interlude, many people were still immersed in this song, especially the elder of the Zither Attic Pavilion. If someone hadn't pulled him back just now, he would have rushed to the female guest area. That would really be a joke. The excited elder of Zither Attic Pavilion seemed to think of a question. Whose girl is this? She plays the zither so well, but I haven't heard any news about her. Why does she hide so well? Luo Peishan was also very surprised. He didn't expect his dear granddaughter to be so capable. After being surprised, he became excited. Now, he was still in a state of excitement. He stroked his beard and the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. He didn't hear what the elder of Zither Attic Pavilion said at all. It must be said that he was old and his eyesight was not as good. He was also relatively far away and did not understand things like the Zither realm, so he did not know about Jingwan's situation. Otherwise, he would be worried. Among these adults, probably only the 5th Grand Minister was familiar with Jingwan. Looking at Luo Peishan's complacent look, he really wanted to beat him up. What was so great about having a granddaughter who was good at raising flowers and playing the zither? Even if he didn't have such a granddaughter in his family, damn it, he wanted to snatch her away. Elder Jiang, that is Lord Luo's granddaughter. Therefore, everyone's attention was focused on Luo Peishan. Everyone saw his silly look, but they all felt that it was reasonable. If they had such an excellent child, they would also be happy. Everyone praised and flattered him. Luo Peishan smiled reservedly and humbly agreed. Elder Jiang calmed down a lot and regained his cold and reserved demeanor. However, when he saw Luo Peishan, this old fox who was still pretending to be obedient after getting a bargain, he still snorted. Lord Luo, this old man wants to exchange for that zither score. What do you want? This Elder Jiang, you know. Luo Peishan stroked his beard hesitantly and looked like he was in a difficult position. He was indeed in a difficult position. He didn't know anything about the zither score. Even if it was in the Luo family, it was still his granddaughter's. If it was any other descendant, he would naturally make the decision without hesitation. However, he couldn't do that for his 3rd daughter. That girl was obedient, but her temper was quite bad. Once she was unhappy, what if she didn't allow him to get close to those treasures? He also couldn't do something like snatching his granddaughter's things. Not to mention other things. Just his old wife was enough to make him suffer. In everyone's eyes, Lord Luo was clearly raising the price. However, Elder Jiang was the one who sent himself to be slaughtered. If it were them, they would also ruthlessly cut him down. This old man heard that Lord Luo loves flowers. I wonder if this is true? Elder Jiang, Lord Luo's family has a lot of treasures. It won't do if the flowers and trees you take out are too ordinary. Diwu Taiqing spoke up. He also had his own plans. If the good flowers and trees were in the Luo family, he could justifiably visit them. If it was other families, it wouldn't be so convenient. Elder Jiang thought for a moment. There is a white peony in the Jiang family's old residence. Although it's not one of the 4 great treasures, Uncle, you mustn't. Prince Consort Jiang interrupted Elder Jiang's words. That's right, this Elder Jiang was Prince Consort Jiang's uncle. That white peony was his treasure. Now his uncle actually wanted to exchange it for the zither score. Elder Jiang looked at him coldly, but Prince Consort Jiang didn't give in. In the heart of the zither fanatic, the zither and the zither score were naturally the most important, while in the heart of the flower fanatic, flowers were naturally the most important. Except for the ones she loved the most, other things had to be put aside even if they were priceless. As a result, the uncle and nephew even became a little competitive. No one had expected that things would develop like this. Prince Consort Jiang's servant hurriedly went to find Great Elder Princess. If this matter really became serious, it would be really shameful. After Great Elder Princess left the banquet for a while, she learned the whole story. She couldn't help laughing. She even had something to do with that girl again. However, even if she got the 18 scholar for free, she could give the white peony of the Jiang family to her. White peonies were common. The Jiang family's white peony had a lifespan of hundreds of years. Great Elder Princess directly called Yu Yao over. Without saying anything else, she only asked her to tell her father that she had got the 18 scholar. Although Wangzhu Yu Yao had reached the age where men and women were not allowed to sit together, she was still a little girl after all. It didn't matter if she went to the male guest banquet. It was better for her to tell her father than to let the maid pass on the message. After all, some words were just naive when spoken by Yu Yao. Yu Yao went to the male guest banquet, pounced on Prince Consort Jiang, and hugged his waist. Father, Prince Consort Jiang's momentum weakened. He also doted on Yu Yao very much. It was okay for her to be unruly in private, but now there were so many people. He helped Yu Yao stand up seriously, but he still subconsciously loosened the strength of his hands. Stand properly. You are such a big girl. Yu Yao pursed her lips, unhappily. I originally wanted to wait until I got the 18 scholar and show it to you. But now I won't show it to you. They didn't hear anything else but 4 words, the 18 scholar. Prince Consort Jiang hurriedly squatted down. Yu Yao, tell me, what is the 18 scholar? Is it camellia? Where did it come from? The others were also curious, but Luo Peishan's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling, and Du Taiqing also looked at him with a similar expression. It seemed that they had the same idea. Wang Zhu Yu Yao expressed that she was unhappy and didn't want to talk about it. Thus, Prince Consort Jiang coaxed her for a while. He didn't look like a strict father at all. All right, seeing that her father was so sincere, Wang Zhu Yu Yao magnanimously forgave him. Thus, she told her father how she got the 18 scholar. Father, Sister Luo is very good. She plays the zither very well, right? Yes, yes, yes. Prince Consort Jiang hurriedly nodded his head, but he looked at Luo Peishan with an awkward expression. Then, everyone looked at Luo Shangshu, Lord Luo. Luo Peishan's face was green, and his heart ached. Diwu Taiqing went to the Luo family to see the 18 scholar. Seeing its appearance, he almost wanted to snatch it. Lord Luo, your family's girl is really generous. She gave away such a treasure just like that. If I knew it would be like this, I would have shamelessly asked her for it. Luo Peishan said with a straight face, if you damage other people's things, you should compensate them. My granddaughter didn't do anything wrong. You're already so old, yet you still want to ask a little girl for something. Do you really dare to ask for it? His words were righteous, but his heart was bleeding. Diwu Taiqing snorted. Uncle, I'll immediately send a letter back and get someone to send that white peony to the capital. Prince Consort Jiang, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Just use the 18 scholar to exchange for the white peony. The 2 flowers will stay in their original places. It'll save you a lot of trouble. Diwu Taiqing sincerely suggested. No, no, no. That's one thing. How can you mix it up just because you're afraid of trouble? The white peony had a long lifespan, but in his eyes, it wasn't as rare as the 18 scholar. That was the 18 scholar. He had coveted it for a long time. Lord Luo, don't worry. That white peony. Prince Consort Jiang praised his white peony as if it was rare in the heavens and unparalleled on earth. If it's really that good, keep it for yourself. Don't touch my good grandson's 18 scholar. Luo Shangshu was angry. Prince Consort Jiang immediately shut his mouth. Usually, because of the major disputes in the imperial court, he was refined and polite. Now he didn't even care about his face, causing the corners of everyone's mouths to twitch. If you dared to ask, these people would tell you that for the sake of the treasure in their hearts, rules, propriety, and face, what were those things? They had long been thrown away. When the matter was over, they could just pick them up again. Father, I heard from Sister Luo that her family still has a lot of treasures and famous items. Wang Zhuyu Yao added. Really? Prince Consort Jiang's eyes lit up. Then does Yu Yao know what they have? Yu Yao's memory was not bad. After hearing Jingwan say it once, she remembered everything. So she started counting with her fingers. Luo Peishan felt like a pack of wolves were looking at him. He wished he could cover Wang Zhu Yu Yao's mouth, but unfortunately, he could only listen to her count. He sighed in his heart. Why was his granddaughter so straightforward? She didn't reveal her wealth. Sure enough, when she finished counting, Luo Peishan only felt that he had become a big piece of delicious fat meat. The Grand Secretary, Lord Ruan, shifted his body and stroked his beard. Lord Luo is not honest. He hid so many treasures and did not take them out for everyone to see. If one were to say that he liked chrysanthemums the most, then Yao Dai's jade phoenix. Of course, he also liked the other treasures. If he could get the 18 scholar, he would be very happy. But after all, it was a matter between the Luo family and Great Elder Princess's mansion. No matter how shameless they were, they couldn't snatch it. Even if they wanted to snatch it, they couldn't. None of these people were to be trifled with. Naturally, Ruan Ruizong was not the only one who was ready to make a move. the youngest minister of works among the first-grade officials, also had a garden full of plum blossoms. In fact, his love for orchids was no less than plum blossoms. "Lord Luo, how about I exchange a green sepal plum for your mutated clivia lily?" he said generously. Luo Peishan's face darkened. "Lord Zhong, you are too unkind. Since it is a mutated clivia lily, perhaps it is the only one in the world. Its preciousness can be imagined. Lord Zhong, you want to exchange it with a green sepal plum?" Those who were not particularly fond of flowers couldn't stand it anymore. Lord Luo was too thick-skinned and black-hearted. "Those are my granddaughters. My granddaughters. You are a group of old men who can be her father and grandfather." Since Lord Luo had said this, they all shut up embarrassedly. They all stopped, at least on the surface, but a certain prince began to make trouble. "I'm most interested in the tricolored peony. Didn't it say that third brother also had one a few days ago? Good things don't appear often, but once they appear, they gather together." Li Honyuan said slowly. Oh, it turned out that this prince had woken up. Luo Peishan's heart tightened. His Majesty could snatch things and still reason with him. This king of hell was absolutely unreasonable. Li Hongming was somewhat uncomfortable. Of course, others couldn't see it. His tricolored peony was fake. He originally planned to bait Luo Peishan, but the Grand Secretary came looking for him several times. However, Ruan Ruizong was so difficult to deal with. If he found out, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. But was the Grand Secretary so easy to deal with? Those days, he was badly battered. And the person he wanted to bait turned out to have such a treasure in his family. No wonder he was indifferent. Sixth brother, you don't know. That kind of rare thing is not easy to raise. A few days ago, it was already Sai. Li Hongming shook his head regretfully. Many people also felt sorry. Only Luo Peishan and fifth Tai Ching looked at each other. It was just a dyed fake. This Prince Rui was really good at pretending. And Ruan Ruizong, Ruan Darren, also didn't show the slightest bit of regret. It seemed that he knew something. Don't look at how fiercely these people snatched the treasures they admired. It seemed that they were shameless and unprincipled. But the premise was that it didn't involve a conflict of interest. Once it was involved, their minds couldn't be clearer. After Ruan Ruizong looked for Li Hongming a few times, he more or less understood his intentions. Moreover, he didn't even see that peony. It would be strange if there was no problem. Li Hongyuan smiled sarcastically. That's why, if you don't have the ability, don't touch it. You're wasting a good thing. Wasn't it wasting a good-looking white peony? This was what Wan Wan said. When these words came out, who knew how many people secretly scolded in their hearts? You're the least qualified to say these words. Wasting a good thing. You, Prince Jean, are number 2. No one in the world dares to be number 1. Therefore, he was a typical example of only the magistrate is allowed to set a fire, but the common people are not allowed to light a lamp. However, even if it was the emperor, these people dared to say what they should say. Only in front of Li Honyuan they couldn't. Even Ruan Ruizong, who was about to become his father-in-law, didn't dare to lightly open his mouth to lecture him. They weren't afraid of him like the young people, but they knew that he was a gangster and could do anything. Naturally, they had scruples. Li Honyuan lazily swept a glance at the crowd and clicked his tongue. The third Biaoga that Yu Yao mentioned just now, was it you? Third imperial older brother? It must be said that third imperial older brother is indeed someone who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. Li Hongming's heart was full of resentment, something that others ignored. You just had to bring it up. But Yu Yao was right in front of him, so he couldn't deny it. He didn't show it on his face. Sixth younger brother is joking. It was just a coincidence. It's on the main street. Blocking the road isn't good. He could only vaguely explain and couldn't say anything more. If he did, he might end up implicating Yu Yao's unreasonable behavior. If that happened, he would offend Prince Consort Jiang. Li Honyuan looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. This prince thought that third imperial older brother had taken a fancy to the Luo family. Yu Yao, which young lady of the Luo family, was it that broke your colored glass lamp? It seems to be the fourth young lady. Older sister Luo is the Luo family's third young lady. Li Hongyuan nodded. Third imperial older brother wants to bring that fourth young lady back to the residence. Sixth younger brother, be careful with your words. This matter concerns the reputation of the Luo family. Li Hongming's face was solemn. Old third, this prince sees that you're a hypocrite. You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it. Could it be that the fourth young lady is even more outstanding than the third young lady? You must know that the third young lady is really Prince Kong. Luo Peishan coldly interrupted Li Hongyi's words. Li Hongyi also knew that he had a slip of the tongue and almost said something that he shouldn't have said, so he hurriedly apologized. It must be known that when Li Hongyi mentioned Jingwan, Li Hongyuan's eyes instantly condensed into ice. Luo Peishan looked at Li Hongyuan again. Prince Jin, please be lenient with your words. This couldn't be compared to other things. Most of the time, Li Hongyuan still gave face to the courtiers and was absolutely more polite than his brothers. Ben Wang only wants to raise the most beautiful flower in the world. Therefore, Luo Darren can put your heart back into your stomach. Other than that one flower, the others, whether it's the tricolor peony, 18 scholars, Yaotai Jade Phoenix, Ben Wang probably doesn't have the ability to raise them, so Ben Wang won't spoil them. Li Hongyuan was really giving face. Luo Peishan saluted. It must be said that Li Hongyuan's words seemed to be incoherent and didn't focus on the main point. It was as if he would say whatever he thought of. But the speaker had no intention, but the listener had the heart. Did Prince Rui, Li Hongming, really intend to rope in the Luo family? There were also those who were actually Li Hongyuan's subordinates, as well as Sun Yilin, who felt that there was a deeper meaning in his words. However, Sun Yilin actually breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, this living hell didn't have any interest in the brilliant Miss Luo just now. Otherwise, other people might have scruples about her engagement, but this person might not have scruples about it. Thinking that this person was really unpredictable, Sun Yilin felt a little uneasy and felt that something was wrong. After completing the task given by her mother, Yu Yao felt that it was boring here, so she simply went back to play games. After Yu Yao went back, she didn't see Jingwan. Mother, hasn't Sister Luo come back yet? How long has it been? It shouldn't be so fast. Although Great Elder Princess said so, she inadvertently glanced around and found that some people were also missing. Some things could be roughly figured out as long as one connected the dots. In order to prevent any more accidents, she still sent someone to check it out. In fact, Jingwan did encounter a little trouble. It didn't take much time for her to simply dress up and treat the wound on her hand. On the way back, she might have missed the people sent by Great Elder Princess at a fork in the road. Then, Nanny Su was also called away, so Li Ruyu led some people to gamble. After all, this was Great Elder Princess's mansion, so Li Ruyu was not so arrogant as to directly whip people. Jingwan wouldn't be rude just because of the other party's aggressive attitude. Greetings, Your Highness. Li Ruyu's eyes fell straight on Jingwan's face. Luo Jingying was right. Her face was really tender and flawless. Li Ruyu envied her. She also wanted it, but she couldn't help but want to ruin it when it was on someone else's face. Li Ruyu reached out to pinch Jingwan's face, but Jingwan unceremoniously slapped her away. Li Ruyu widened her eyes in disbelief. Bitch, how dare you hit me? Jingwan was not moved. Your Highness, if you have nothing else to do, please make way. Li Ruyu was furious. No bitch dared to be so rude to her. She forgot that she was actually just a bully who bullied the weak and feared the strong. She dared not provoke those with higher status and strong background. Please excuse me. Jingwan bent her knees and was about to go around them. Stop. Li Ruyu pulled her back, and her group of maidservants automatically blocked the way. 3 months to let the world know that Your Highness is the most qualified imperial daughter. Your Highness came out in less than a month's time. Your etiquette and rules should not be a problem. But now, why haven't you made any progress? Jingwan brushed away Li Ruyu's hand. Li Hongyuan was definitely Li Ruyu's nightmare. She naturally would not forget what she said. Now that she was mentioned by the bitch she hated the most, it could be imagined how angry she was. Mama, Jin Qinhuang, is also in Great Elder Princess Fu today. Replying to Miss, yes. This servant thinks that Jin Qinhuang will be very happy to see Ruyu Junju. Li Ruyu didn't think that she would actually be threatened. Her teeth clenched so hard that they creaked. But her fear of Li Hongyuan was absolutely bone deep. Hearing the 3 words Jin Qinhuang was enough to make her tremble. Hand over the secret formula. Your Highness will present it to the Empress. If you hand it over obediently, Your Highness will let you go today. Li Ruyu told her the real purpose, so Jingwan did not feel strange. Then she looked at Luo Jingying, who shrank behind Li Ruyu and others. Even if she kept her head down and covered her face, both sides of her face were red and swollen. She could not cover it with her hands alone. Was this the result of Luo Jingying's scheming against her? It was really miserable. Your Highness, what if you don't give it to me? Present it to the Empress. Li Ruyu's voice was sharp. Present it to the Empress Mother. What is it? A loud male voice interrupted Li Ruyu's words. Li Ruyu turned around abruptly and saw a group of people coming from the other side of the rockery. She was shocked. Why did they come here? Luo Jingying, on the other hand, was like a frightened rabbit, scurrying to the side. In addition to Great Elder Princess, there were many members of the royal family in this group. But in addition, there were her grandparents, Duke Ding and Sun Yilin. What happened? Ruyu, what do you want to present to the Empress Mother? What do you want to do in the name of the Empress Mother? Li Hongyi asked unkindly. Li Ruyu stammered and didn't speak. It was not that she didn't want to speak, but that she was too afraid to speak. Li Hongyuan deliberately released her, so he would not lock her back to Commandery Prince Cheng's mansion. So he didn't speak. Besides, he was in a bad mood now, so he was not interested in dealing with insignificant people. Jingwan couldn't calm down. She just wanted to solve this matter as soon as possible, so she stood out and greeted them one by one. It's like this. Commandery Princess Ruyu saw that my skin was better, so she asked me if I had any secret formula to present to the Empress. I thought that the Empress Mother was noble and had her own way of maintaining her skin. How could she use outside things at will? So I didn't say that I wouldn't give it to her. When I was about to explain, Commandery Princess Ruyu became excited. Hearing Jingwan's words, everyone's eyes naturally fell on her face. If they didn't look, they wouldn't know. But when they looked, they found that her skin was not only better, but also unbelievably good. She was just like a baby, but not as fragile and delicate as a baby. Instead, her skin was very textured, like a beautiful jade. The princesses and commandery princesses all envied her. As for Li Ruyu, seeing that she lied without changing her expression, she was so angry that she trembled. She dared to lie to so many nobles, and was so bold. This time, she would like to see how she would be killed. If you have a secret formula, take it out. This prince will let someone take a look. If it's really good, this prince will also take it out to show filial piety to mother. You won't be short of benefits, Li Honyuan said impatiently. Li Ruyu's words were naturally all blocked back. From the beginning, Jingwan had noticed that this prince seemed to be in a bad mood. As per prince's orders. All right, we'll talk about this later. Let's solve the matter of Sun Yijia first. Jingwan felt that the current Li Hongyuan was like a barrel of gunpowder, ready to explode at the slightest touch. But now wasn't the time to care about this. Older sister Jia? What's wrong with older sister Jia? But everyone's expression was either real or fake, and no one gave her an answer. Perhaps it was because she was really impatient to the extreme, so she took the lead and walked away. The others could only follow. Jingwan quickly walked to old Madame Luo's side and held her arm. She whispered, "Grandmother, how's your hand?" Old Madame Luo looked at her hand and didn't dare to touch her fingertips. "Grandmother, don't worry. It doesn't hurt much after the medicine was applied." What the hell happened? Old Madame Luo could only sigh and patted her hand. "Don't talk. You'll know in a while. Jingwan pursed her lips. Since it was related to older sister Jia, there was no reason for her to get involved. The only explanation was that she had a part in it. The place where Jingwan cleaned her wound was the small courtyard by the lake. Now she was still walking in that direction. But when there was still some distance, she turned a corner and walked towards the inner courtyard. It seemed that she didn't enter the inner courtyard. There was also a small courtyard here, which was very similar to the one by the lake. And there was a pond in it, which was directly connected to the lake outside. A small building was built near the water. Now there were several people outside the small building, who seemed to be the servants of Great Elder Princess's mansion. They went directly into the small building. Then Jingwan saw her brother, who was sitting silently with his head lowered. His clothes were changed, but his hair was still wet. Jingwan's heart trembled. Could it be, when Luo Jinghua saw them, he got up without saying anything? He lifted his clothes and knelt down directly. It was not easy to get angry with him like this. After all, it was Great Elder Princess's mansion. It was not appropriate for others to ask. Because of his good impression of Jingwan, he knew that this was her brother before he came here, so he was quite kind to her. Good girl, tell me what's going on. Where's Sunny Jia? Call her out and ask her clearly. Li Hongyuan's face was cold and stern. Your Highness. Duchess Ding was indignant. How could a girl face so many people after such a thing happened? Shut up. Perhaps because she heard the noise downstairs. Sun Yijia didn't ask anyone to invite her downstairs and directly came down. She also changed her clothes and wet her hair. Some of her guesses had come true. Who goes first? Compared with Great Elder Princess's gentleness, Li Hongyuan was not good-tempered. Your Highness, I'll go first. Because when my sister was playing the zither, I noticed something wrong with her. So I asked someone and learned that she hurt her hand. I was worried. So I asked her where she was and asked her maid to lead the way to the small courtyard by the lake. However, when they were still some distance away from the small courtyard, they saw the heir of Prince Loyal's mansion enter the small courtyard one after another with several girls. I asked the maid if there was anyone here. The maid said that the feng shui here was not very good and it was very humid. No one would come here except when sweeping every day. When there were banquets, the guests would occasionally change their clothes. When there were no guests, the servants would not be here. I was worried that something would happen, so I asked the maid to call someone and hurried over to have a look. But as soon as I stepped into the small courtyard, I heard someone crying for help and the sound of falling into the water. Seeing that the girl in the water was about to sink into the water, and he couldn't find anything suitable to help her, he became anxious and jumped into the water to save the girl who had fallen into the water. Then he found out that it was Miss Sunday later. Whether it was the maid who led the way for Luo Jinghua or Sunny Jia's maid, they all confirmed that what he said was true. Therefore, Luo Jinghua was not wrong in the whole thing. It could even be regarded as a righteous act. The only wrong thing was that the person he saved was Sun Yijia, Prince Jin's fiancée. If it were another girl, even a maid, it would be easy to deal with. The one with the darkest face now was Prince Zheng. That evil creature. Li Hongyuan looked at Sun Yijia and said, Go ahead, Your Highness, can I say it? I've always been by her side and I know everything. As the biggest victim of this matter, Sun Yijia kept her head down and was silent. She was also somewhat dispirited, like a lotus after a rainstorm. There was no trace of her former charm. Seeing that Li Hongyuan did not say anything, the maid carefully opened her mouth. Miss Luo went to freshen up. Originally, our Miss wanted to follow, but Miss Luo joked that she was worried that Miss would cry when she saw her fingers, so she let Miss stay at the female guest's side. But many people were looking at our Miss and gossiping. Miss also felt bored and decided to go find Miss Luo. When we approached the small courtyard by the lake, a young maid came out of the small courtyard and said that the small courtyard was temporarily used by male guests. Miss Luo came to this small courtyard. Miss believed it and followed the young maid directly to this side and was led upstairs. However, after entering the room, she found that it was empty. Miss said that it was not good and was about to go out when Prince Zhong's heir rushed in. His two manservants grabbed this maid and the young maid. Prince Zhong's heir threw himself at Miss and wanted to do something to Mississippi. Miss turned and ran. Seeing that the window was open, she directly jumped down and landed in the pond. Therefore, the main cause of the whole matter was clear. Then how should they deal with it? Han Yuan, what do you want to do? Great Elder Princess asked Li Hongyuan. Li Hongyuan sneered. What I want to do? Do you think that I can kill both of them? If I want to kill someone, I should kill Uncle Zhong's pig. It's not the first time that this kind of thing has happened. I'm used to it. Speaking of which, Sun Yijia is lucky. The previous ones either died or were injured, or their chastity was inexplicably ruined. None of them had a good ending. Maybe my ability to bring bad luck to my wife is weakening. It should be worth celebrating. Li Hongyuan left in a huff. In the end, he only left a reason. I will report to my father and ask him to withdraw his order. No one knew whether he was being sarcastic or he really thought that it should be celebrated. The last sentence was unquestionable. The people who were left behind looked at each other. Was it over? Sixth brother was not satisfied with this marriage. Now, he just pushed the boat with the current. My father has nothing to say, Li Hongyi said. Then what about now? Great Elder Princess asked, looking at Luo Jinghua, who was still kneeling, and Sun Yijia, who was standing next to him. My daughter. I'll take responsibility. I'll marry her as long as Miss Sun doesn't dislike me. Anyway, I'm not married and have no engagement, Luo Jinghua said without hesitation. Duchess Ding's words were stuck in her throat. In fact, everyone present knew that there was no room for Sun Yijia to dislike him now. She was not the original god's favored daughter. Not only was her face disfigured, but her chastity was also almost ruined. Now she could marry a man like Luo Jinghua. In other people's eyes, it was already a great blessing. Maybe some people even felt that Luo Jinghua was wronged. Good boy, get up quickly. Great Elder Princess helped him up. Lord Luo, what do you think? Luo Peishan nodded and said, the men of the Luo family should be responsible. As for Duke Ding and his wife, well, there was no need to ask for their opinion at all. In addition to agreeing to this marriage, was there a second choice? Of course, they could let Sun Yijia live in seclusion for a lifetime. However, no matter how stupid they were, they would not choose to do so. Luo Jinghua was definitely a good son-in-law, many times better than Prince Jin, although his family background was a little low. For Sun Yijia, it was like rising from the dust to the clouds. But, should we inform Prince Jin about this matter? Madame Luo said. Everyone was silent once again. It was reasonable to say that as long as the emperor took back the order, then Sun Yijia would have the freedom to marry and would have nothing to do with Jin Qinhuang. But that person of his, who knew if he would not do things according to common sense, then who would inform him was another problem. I'll go, Sun Yilin said. He was still in a state of disbelief. 2 days ago, he was still distressed and confused because his sister fell in love with third young Master Luo and hoped for a turnaround. As a result, everything was achieved today. It was like someone handed him a pillow when he was sleepy. It was so smooth that it was like a dream. In fact, Sun Yijia had the same idea as him. She even pinched herself several times secretly. Sun Yilin wanted to ask Li Hongyuan if this was his doing, but why did it happen to be Luo Jinghua? Moreover, the reason why they were here was Miss Luo, but Miss Luo's playing of the zither was also a temporary reason. Was everything a coincidence? But it was definitely not a coincidence that the heir of Prince Zhongqin wanted to defile his sister. They left the small building. Sun Yilin glanced at his sister who was dawdling, and then at Luo Jinghua, who also didn't leave. He sighed in his heart and followed them out. No one noticed Jingwan's sparkling eyes. Third young Master Luo. Sun Yilin looked at Luo Jinghua and subconsciously became cautious. It must be said that Sun Yijia couldn't be blamed for this. The current trend was like this. Even if she was a proud daughter of heaven, at this time, she couldn't help but feel inferior and timid. She couldn't help but worry and be afraid that the person she liked would dislike her. Luo Jinghua didn't know what to say at this time. He suddenly blushed a little and looked at the sky and the ground, but he didn't dare to look at Sun Yijia. "That, Miss Sun, I am only a graduate now. This year I will not participate in the spring imperial examination. But 3 years later, I will definitely. I will work hard and won't let you be wronged." Sun Yijia suddenly began to cry again. However, it wasn't because she felt wronged, but because she was touched and happy. It turned out that when she was nervous, not only did he not dislike her, but he was also worried that he wasn't good enough for her. In his eyes, she was still a proud daughter of heaven, and not a disfigured woman who fell into the dust and was ridiculed and despised by others. "Why are you crying? Did I say something wrong? If there's anything wrong with me, just tell me. Don't cry, don't cry." Luo Jinghua was at a loss. He wanted to wipe her tears, but he didn't dare to touch her. His usual carefree demeanor was gone. He was clumsy and stupid. "If you don't think it's good, we can postpone the wedding until I pass the Jinshi examination." Sun Yijia subconsciously covered his mouth. "I am just too happy. You are very good like this. It doesn't matter if you are a graduate for the rest of your life." Because of the touch on his lips, Luo Jinghua was a little stiff. It was soft and had a little fragrance. He suddenly turned around and fled. Sun Yijia was a little confused, but when she thought of his blushing face, she giggled again. The people outside who hadn't gone far saw Luo Jinghua, as if he was being chased by a ghost. What was going on? However, when they saw his embarrassment and thought of Sun Yijia, who stayed behind, they didn't think that Sun Yilin was the only one who noticed Sun Yijia's hesitation. There were some things that were better left unsaid. "Lord Luo, why does your son seem a little?" Li Hongming glanced sideways. It's probably because my second daughter-in-law forgot to arrange a bedchamber for him," Luo Peishan said unconcernedly. The group of experienced princes collectively fell silent. They didn't know if they should be ashamed or despise Luo Jinghua, who hadn't eaten meat yet. Luo Jinghua wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, Sun Yilin was a little gratified. His little sister's taste was actually very good. He glanced at Jingwan, who was not far away, beside Madame Luo, and felt a pain in his heart. They met Eunuch Mu, who was waiting outside. After greeting him, Eunuch Mu said, "Your Highness, our master said that your pig, oh no, heir presumptuous prince, where is he now? And the cause and effect of this matter. Your Highness, please find out whether someone is targeting our master or Miss Sun, and give our master an explanation. Go back and tell Hong Yuan that I'll personally interrogate this matter and make him satisfied." Great Elder Princess said, "Yes, I'll tell my master. I'll take my leave now." Jingwan also suspected that this was Li Hongyuan's doing, but it was just a suspicion. https://www.bicken.com/11/11807/6652989. HTML. Please click here to report. No registration required. We will deal with it as soon as possible. After reporting, please wait patiently and refresh the page. Please remember the domain name of this book, www.bicken.com. Bicken.com mobile edition website, mbicken.com. Chapter 100. When they came out, they did meet Li Ruyu and Luo Jingying. Even though Li Ruyu was angry at Jingwan for lying, she was more afraid of Li Hongyuan, so she took this opportunity to slip away. As for Luo Jingying, she was slapped by Li Ruyu and was too ashamed to see others. Because she betrayed Jingwan, she was lucky enough to escape once and was not further destroyed. However, she was forced to stay by Li Ruyu and didn't dare to run away. She didn't know where Li Ruyu was now. Maybe she left Great Elder Princess's mansion and went back to the Luo family. As for Great Elder Princess, she asked people to take Sun Yijia and Luo Jinghua to freshen up. Especially Sun Yijia. Not only Duchess Ding and her servants were there, but Great Elder Princess also sent more servants. Fortunately, people like Sun Yijia would basically prepare 2 sets of clothes when they went out, and they would try to wear the same style and color as much as possible. At this time, she only needed to take the clothes and change the clothes that didn't fit her well. This time, Jingwan took the initiative to stay with Sun Yijia. Although the final result was not bad, Jingwan suffered after all. More or less, Sun Yijia was responsible for it and felt quite guilty. Madame Luo and Great Elder Princess naturally agreed to let Jingwan stay. Even though Duchess Ding had many complicated thoughts about Jingwan, she couldn't say anything at this time. Besides, Jingwan was going to be her daughter's sister-in-law. It was said that mother-in-law was difficult to please and sister-in-law was difficult to deal with. Although this girl was not difficult to deal with, it was better to flatter her a little for the sake of her daughter. Therefore, Duchess Ding was very kind to Jingwan. As for Luo Jinghua's side, Sun Yilin had no choice but to follow him. It was extremely common for a brother-in-law to make things difficult for his brother-in-law. This was because the status of the prospective brother-in-law was too high, and his temper was too difficult to deal with. Even if he was dissatisfied with him, he could only hold his nose and keep quiet. However, because of the comparison with the previous one, this one was really perfect. In addition, Sun Yilin wasn't a person who liked to tease people. He would at most give a few words of advice to Luo Jinghua. He wouldn't say anything that was slightly excessive. After all the irrelevant people left, Great Elder Princess detained all the servants who knew about this matter and sent someone else to look for the missing princely heir of Prince Loyal. At the same time, she also began to interrogate them. The first one was the little maid who came out of the lakeside courtyard and lied that there was a male guest there to deceive Sun Yijia. At first, the little maid stammered and couldn't tell the reason. Under Great Elder Princess's torture, she finally said that she had received a bribe from princely heir of Prince Loyal and was looking for an opportunity to deceive Sun Yijia. Princely heir of Prince Loyal, who was hiding nearby, was waiting for an opportunity to take action. If what she said was true, then the most important thing now was princely heir of Prince Loyal. Princely heir of Prince Loyal was indeed a fat pig. However, he didn't have the fate of Li Hongyuan, but he had the disease of Li Hongyuan. He was dissolute and lustful, and even dreamed of keeping a courtyard of beauties for him to enjoy day and night like Li Hongyuan. However, regardless of his status, he was the princely heir of Prince Loyal. Even if he was not as good as the princely heir of Prince Loyal, he was not inferior to the princely heir of Prince Loyal. However, his physical condition was two extremes. Women avoided him like the plague, and even the women in the brothel despised him. He was not as bold as Li Hongyuan, who dared to casually stretch out his hands. Naturally, the ones who suffered were the maids around him. The range of choices was limited, and naturally, the beauty was greatly reduced. He was still far away from his grand dream, and probably would not have the chance to realize it in this life. Such a person had fantasized about all the noble ladies in the capital, especially Sun Yijia and Ruan Fangfei. But he just fantasized about it. At most, he would say a few obscene words when he was drunk with a group of bad friends. Everyone knew his virtue, and Prince Loyal had punished him a lot. However, he was not a righteous man, so he let it go. No matter how powerful princely heir of Prince Loyal was, in fact, he was not very bold. However, no one expected that this time he was so bold as to stretch out his hands to touch the woman of the King of Hell after Sun Yijia became Li Hongyuan's future wife. Did he eat the bear's heart and leopard's heart eat the bear's heart and leopard's heart? It should be known that when he met Li Hongyuan, he was absolutely like a mouse meeting a cat. Not to mention Prince Loyal. Even Great Elder Princess thought that he was likely to be instigated by others, or had been caught and threatened with his life. However, they originally thought that it would be easy to find princely heir of Prince Loyal, but it was not so. He ran away after Sun Yijia fell into the water. They had asked the gatekeeper and didn't see him leave. So he must still be in Great Elder Princess's mansion. There was no need to look at anything else. Just by looking at his body shape, one would be able to recognize him from a distance. This was also the reason why Luo Jinghua had been able to recognize him in an instant. There was no one else with such a body shape in the entire capital. Now even the backyard was searched, but there was no trace of him. Great Elder Princess and Prince Loyal almost at the same time had an ominous premonition. Continue to search. Don't let go of any place. Wait. Since the accident, no one had seen princely heir of Prince Loyal. It was still the same sentence that no one could ignore him. Search all the flowers and rockery around Lishue House, one by one. If you still can't find him, go into the water. At this time, even Princess Loyal also came to her senses and was a little confused. Although she didn't say anything before, she actually didn't care about what happened before. It was her son's blessing that Sun Ijia could fall in love with Sun Ijia, who was disfigured. And it didn't work out in the end, did it? Prince Jean also got what he wanted and kicked Sun Ijia out. It was a happy thing for everyone, but she still made a big fuss about it. What was there to investigate? But now, her son might be gone. Princess Loyal opened her mouth and howled. She changed from a fat lady to a shrew in an instant. Shut up. Prince Loyal frowned tightly. When the former emperor was in power, he was not favored and had to rely on the current emperor, who was still a prince. This princess consort was originally just a merchant's daughter. Her family didn't have much, but they had plenty of money. His imperial brother needed money, so he, as the younger brother, came in handy. He married the merchant's daughter, but for the sake of saving face before the marriage, he made the merchant's daughter an official. But in essence, it didn't change this woman's vulgarity, uncultured, unscrupulous, and stinking of money. Fortunately, after Emperor Lu Chengdi ascended the throne, he compensated him greatly. His two concubines were both beautiful and well-educated, so he turned from a poor little boy to a real prince. He also changed his title to Prince Loyal, which was much better than other brothers who were much better than him. The only flaw was that the princess couldn't be changed. After all, in order to support the current emperor, Princess Loyal's family almost spent all their wealth. After the legitimate son was born, Emperor Lu Chengdi directly conferred him the title of heir of crown prince. After that, no matter how much he disliked his son's status was unshakable. His princess also took advantage of this and made him suffer a lot. She often acted like a shrew. Originally, after so many years, his princess was a little presentable. As long as she sat properly and spoke as little as possible, those who didn't know her would also praise her for her dignified bearing. Unfortunately, once she opened her mouth, she would definitely expose herself and make him lose face. Now that his son had an accident, how could he expect her to be normal? After being stunned by Prince Loyal's roar, she simply sat down and began to make a scene. My son, you died so miserably. Your Majesty, you have to uphold justice for me. Even though Great Elder Princess knew the temperament of the princess consort, she was still stunned by her words, and then her face darkened. Come on, block her mouth for me. Although this place was far enough from the flower banquet, with her loud voice, it was possible that her words were heard by those people. Two maids came forward, but they still couldn't stop her. Great Elder Princess's face darkened. Ignoring Prince Loyal, she directly called over two guards who helped to find Princess Loyal, grabbed her arms, and directly pressed her to the ground. Prince Loyal watched, but he was indifferent. He even faintly felt relieved in his heart. The loyal princess was still struggling and glaring at Great Elder Princess. Great Elder Princess gave a stern look and signaled the guards to catch her. Before the princess could stand still, Great Elder Princess slapped her and said, "Do you think you can be so arrogant because of the little help your family gave to my brother? Letting you sit in the position of the princess consort and letting your son be the crown prince for so many years is already a great favor. These years, you have been causing a lot of trouble. No matter how much affection you have, there is no more affection. Even if your son really dies, it will be because of you. Let my brother uphold justice for you." Okay, then let's see how my brother upholds justice for you. Tie her up directly for me. It was a black history that Lu Chengdi let his younger brother marry a merchant's daughter for money. However, he was also a benevolent emperor who didn't burn the bridge after crossing the river. In order to erase the black history, He cut the weeds and dug out the roots. He also gave a lot of rewards. More importantly, he hoped that they would shut up and behave themselves so that some things would be forgotten with time. However, Princess Loyal was never smart and made a lot of trouble. At first, Lu Chengdi asked the Empress to see her. After the Empress became completely impatient, she was forever rejected out of the palace. She still didn't realize that things had changed. This time, if her son was really dead, she would definitely make a big fuss. This matter would certainly be impossible to hide. Prince Jin was framed, son Ijia's reputation was damaged, and the Luo family would also be implicated. Moreover, it happened in Great Elder Princess's mansion, so she couldn't get away with it. Maybe this shrew also dug out what happened that year and made it known to everyone. Lu Chengdi would be greatly disgraced. It was one thing that Li Hongyuan disgraced Lu Chengdi again and again, and everyone was used to it. Let others have a try. Your Highness, we found him under the rockery over there. The head of the guards in the mansion came to report in a hurry. Great Elder Princess only needed to look at his face to know that, as she guessed, Prince Jin was probably dead. She glanced at Prince Zhong and said, "Brother, I'm sorry for your loss." Prince Zhong was much calmer than expected. Instead, he was flattered by Great Elder Princess's call of brother. Although they had the same father, Great Elder Princess used to ignore him most of the time. Occasionally, she would call him by his full name. Later, when Lu Chengdi ascended the throne, she had been calling him Prince Zhong. Suddenly, she called him brother. Wasn't it Great Elder Princess didn't wait for his response and said, "Let's go and have a look." The leader of the guards wanted to stop her because a dead person was unlucky. However, he thought that Great Elder Princess was not exactly as the rumors said. Judging from her look, it might not be the first time that she had seen a dead person. So he followed her silently. Prince Zhong also followed, but Princess Zhong was tied up and thrown aside like a pig. As expected, the fat princely heir of Prince Zhong was lying in the hollow under the rockery, blocked by a cluster of flowers and trees. How did he die? Great Elder Princess looked at him indifferently and asked calmly. His throat was cut. It was not fatal, but he might have been drugged, so he didn't resist. The head of the guards replied. Great Elder Princess looked at the neck, which was thicker than the waist of ordinary people. With such thick flesh, it was impossible to kill him with a single cut. Did you find anything else? No. Even the footprints on the ground were cleaned. Where are the two servants of princely heir of Prince Zhong? I haven't found them yet, but I guess they were killed as well. Great Elder Princess nodded. According to the result of the interrogation of the maid, it could be known that the two manservants left after princely heir of Prince Zhongqin, but the interval was very short. It was impossible that they couldn't see their master after coming out. So they must have been killed together. Sure enough, before long, the bodies of the two servants were found in another cluster of flowers. Obviously, the three servants didn't die in the hands of the same person. Now, the clues were completely broken. According to the meticulousness of the person behind this, it was difficult to find out who he was. However, they were dead, and they had to give an explanation. Brother, your princely heir of Prince Zhong was immoral in my mansion, so you quarreled with your sister-in-law. She was so angry that she wanted to kill you. Your princely heir intended to stop her, but he was accidentally injured and died. Great Elder Princess said to Prince Zhong. Prince Zhong's heart trembled, and he immediately showed a look of resentment and grief. That shrew is increasingly arrogant and domineering. This time, she even tried to kill her husband. My son was killed because of this. It's Great Elder Princess nodded with satisfaction. My sister-in-law is so immoral and killed people. Naturally, she doesn't deserve to be the daughter-in-law of the royal family. You have suffered a lot these years. I'll ask my brother to choose a young, beautiful, gentle, and well-educated new princess for you. With such an understatement, this matter was decided. The most innocent person was probably the loyal princess consort. But was she really innocent? If she had taught her son well and knew how to restrain himself, he wouldn't have. The real culprit behind this must be found out. Such a cruel person should be severely punished. Li Honyuan and the others had already returned to their original seats. Although they left separately one after another and didn't show too much expression when they left, it was inevitable that they would attract attention because of their noble status. For a time, all kinds of speculations came one after another. But they didn't say anything, so no one dared to ask anything. Because Sun Yijia had to bathe, change clothes, dry her hair, and dress up, it naturally took a long time. When they appeared, Great Elder Princess had even taken a seat before them. And Li Ruyu also returned to her mother. She had no choice. Few girls of high status were willing to stay with her, and she didn't want to be with those of low status. When she saw Jingwan and the others appear, her eyes were full of poison. As for Luo Jingying, she didn't see anyone as expected. When passing by a group of noble ladies, Jingwan accidentally glanced at a round red dot on a maid's embroidered shoes. It was as red as blood and so uncoordinated. What kind of hobby was this? But Jingwan just glanced at it and then let it go. Sister Luo, you're finally back. Why did you take so long? Yu Yao trotted up and pulled Jingwan's clothes. Aya, old Master Yu Yao, don't you know that us girls are very troublesome? Jingwan winked at her. Yu Yao looked confused and didn't know why, but the others couldn't help laughing. No matter a girl or a married woman, some things were very troublesome. Great Elder Princess summoned Jingwan and Sun Yijia to the front and held Jingwan's hand first. Her 10 fingers were all bandaged, so the specific injuries couldn't be seen. You're just a girl who likes to show off. If the zither is not good, you can change it. Jingwan smiled and said, I'm afraid that I can't play it so well with another zither. I was shocked. You're praising yourself. Don't you feel ashamed? Great Elder Princess pointed at her. Your humble servant is not boasting. Your humble servant has never been able to play that song in its entirety before. Great Elder Princess nodded and said, it's really difficult, not to mention that some people can't get into that state in their whole life. Do you know Elder Jiang, who is known as the zither addict? Jingwan nodded. He exchanged the zither score with your grandfather before and even gave up a centuries-old white peony in the old house of the Jiang family. Yu Yao's father was very distressed. If he didn't know that you gave him a centuries-old white peony, he would have made a scene. Great Elder Princess couldn't help laughing. Jingwan was surprised. A centuries-old white peony was very attractive to Jingwan. However, she said, the zither score is not mine. Since Elder Jiang likes it, I can make a copy and give it to him. I don't need to exchange it. Actually, she learned it from her grandma in her previous life. Originally, she didn't want to take it out, but she was forced to fight back fiercely. Otherwise, people would think that she was a good person. Since he had already played it once in public, there was no need for him to hide it anymore. That's what they exchanged. We don't care. You just need to give the zither score to your grandfather. But why hasn't such a good song been released yet? Jingwan hesitated for a moment. If she were to tell a lie, she would need to cover it up in a hurry. Not to mention how tiring it would be. She might not even be able to pull it off. It's an ancient zither song. Then it's no wonder. It must have been lost before it could spread. Now that it's in your hands and reappeared in the light of day through your hands, it's your luck, and also the blessing of that song. What's the name of the song? Ambush on 10 Sides. It was originally a pipa song. Great Elder Princess was stunned. Ambush on 10 Sides? Pipa song? No wonder. No wonder. It should be like this. It should be like this. In the war between Khan and Chu, King Chu won. Someone used a pipa song to depict the majesty of the victorious master, who was full of majesty and austere, and named it Ambush on 10 Sides. But it was said that the master was persecuted by the defeated army, and the song was lost. It's not that no one has found it, but it's said that he once had a servant who fled to the area of Qian Prefecture. Now it seems that the song was most likely taken away by the servant. Jingwan was speechless. It turned out that there was such a similar history here. Then she didn't need to make up a story. So there is such a history? She replied dryly. Since you know that it was originally a Peepa song, do you still have the original score? The original score was seriously damaged. At that time, I was still young and didn't know its value. When I saw that the paper was so damaged that I couldn't even pick it up, Great Elder Princess sighed. What a pity. But I was learning to read at that time. When I saw the strange shape on the paper, I copied it down. Jingwan smiled mischievously. Great Elder Princess was slightly stunned and then burst into laughter. You deserve to be beaten. In fact, Jingwan's words were not completely groundless. When she was a child, she looked for a lot of books in a mess. Madame Luo also knew that she liked to copy some strange things, so she didn't ask her too much. Moreover, it was said that she copied it, not the original. Naturally, no one deliberately looked for her to see if she really copied such a thing. I don't know who adapted it into a zither song, but it is also very good. When your hand recovers, you can write down both scores. As for why she didn't show it to the teacher when she was learning the zither, it was probably that the little girl had realized the preciousness of the score and knew to hide it. Or she forgot it and then accidentally found it later. Look, Jingwan didn't need to make up these things. Others had already imagined it for her. 99 steps had been taken. Naturally, the last step would not be missed. Jingwan agreed. Great Elder Princess looked at Sun Yijia again. You have to be careful in the future. Today, if it weren't for. At this point, she immediately stopped, but it was enough to let others' imagination run wild. Sun Yijia was a little embarrassed and said yes in a low voice. Some people couldn't help but be curious and had already asked. However, they were all directly dismissed by Great Elder Princess. Unable to get the answer, they couldn't help but look at Sun Yijia with inquiring eyes. After a closer look, they found some clues. It seemed that she didn't wear the same clothes before. Had she changed? And one of the hairpins on her head seemed to be missing? No one would believe that nothing had happened since she came back after such a long time. On the other side, Ruan Fangfei seemed to be staring at Sun Yijia in a daze. A commandery princess beside her noticed it. Thinking of the relationship between them, she came to her ear and whispered, although she is the legal wife and you are the concubine, she is disfigured. How can she compete with you? I'm afraid that Prince Jin won't even touch her. In the future, you will have the final say in Prince Jin's mansion. Ruan Fangfei blushed and whispered, don't talk nonsense. After all, she is the legal wife. After saying that, she seemed to be a little lonely. Seeing her like this, as a good friend of hers, she felt very distressed and felt very unfair for her. His Majesty is really too much. Not only did he bestow you to marry Prince Jin, he even, shut up. If others hear it, the commandery princess curled her lips and didn't dare to continue. Only you have such a temper. Yes, she didn't have a good temper. Because of his good nature, in order to prevent Sun Yijia from suffering, he even gave her a special medicine for women. As long as she took a whiff, she would feel weak and light up. Unfortunately, that pig was too stupid. She was already in such a state, but she still managed to escape. She didn't drown to death, but was saved by someone. However, even if she felt a little regretful, it didn't matter. She just took it that she wasn't destined to die, as long as she didn't stand in her way. A maid hurried to Great Elder Princess's side and whispered something in her ear. Great Elder Princess's face suddenly changed. It was many times worse than the last time when she left the banquet. She left in a hurry. At the same time, they seemed to faintly hear crying from the other side of the lake. This commotion wasn't ordinary. What exactly was going on? However, before they could listen carefully, there was no sound. After all, it was too serious. Even if Great Elder Princess wanted to hide it, she couldn't. Princely heir of Prince Zhongqin took a maid of Great Elder Princess's mansion and wanted to do something improper. It was reported to Great Elder Princess, so Great Elder Princess went to have a look. As for the other people who were alarmed, it was because of another thing that happened. Only Prince Zhongqin, his wife, and Great Elder Princess didn't return. Great Elder Princess couldn't mediate, so she simply didn't care. However, She didn't expect that soon after she left someone died. Princely heir of Prince Zhongqin was dead. This Princess Zhongqin was too. As for the other thing, there was a little trace. The legitimate daughter of Duke Ding went to find the third daughter of the Luo family and accidentally fell into the water. She was saved by the third son of the Luo family, who happened to go to see his sister. Haha, this was really Jingwan and Sun Yijia looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. As clever people, they naturally guessed what was going on. They didn't expect that the behind-the-scenes person was so vicious that she directly killed the witness. Now, it was nothing more than the result of Great Elder Princess's arrangement. She wanted to divide one thing into two things. However, they didn't quite understand why Princess Zhongqin was used as a scapegoat. Sun Yijia more or less knew the temperament of Princess Zhongqin. She didn't know whether this factor was in it, but it was definitely not so simple. As for the male guests, as the previous participants, they were well aware of it. However, even if they knew the truth, they wouldn't be stupid enough to say it out. It should be said that the prince consort didn't go before, but Great Elder Princess sent someone to tell him the whole story. He hated people like princely heir of Prince Zhongqin the most. As for Princess Zhongqin, he didn't care about her at all since he didn't know her. He had no objection to Great Elder Princess's punishment at all. It's quite lively today. One wave has yet to subside, and another wave has come, Li Hongyuan said casually. At the moment when he knew that princely heir of Prince Zhongqin was dead, Li Hongyuan was not surprised at all. This was his usual style. However, others didn't dare to say anything. Who knew if he was angry at this moment? Even if he didn't like Sun Yijia, she was his fiancée after all. She was carried out of the water by another man. Any man would care about it, right? However, who knew if he treated Sun Yijia the same as those women before? How straightforward he was to give those beauties away. Therefore, it was really hard to tell whether he cared about it or not. Duke Ding, when you marry your daughter, don't forget to invite me to the wedding banquet. After all, she is my 7th fiancée. The previous 6 fiancés didn't have this blessing. Maybe, after I drink her wedding banquet, I can drink my own wedding banquet next time. Li Hongyuan's voice was flat. His words should be regarded as self-mockery, but it made people feel gloomy. How would Duke Ding respond to him? Good or bad? Luo Peishan stroked his beard and said, "If your highness doesn't mind, you can come to the Luo family for the wedding banquet." Li Hongyuan clicked his tongue. It's still you, this old man, who is more straightforward. Well, the main character had admitted it. It seemed that there was no need to guess. However, it seemed that the marriage between Duke Ding and the Luo family didn't need to be specifically asked for his opinion. Moreover, if the two families were married, did it mean that the Luo family would lean towards the Empress and Prince Kong? This kind of big news, under the manipulation of some people, also spread among the female guests. The way they looked at Sun Yijia changed again. There was no lack of busybodies who thought that Sun Yijia didn't want to marry Prince Jin and deliberately put on such a show. As for why she chose Luo Sangongzi, wasn't he her good sister's brother? It would be easier for him to accept her. It must be said that when she was ridiculed for her disfigurement, she didn't react. Now, she was a little flustered. Therefore, this was the difference between caring and not caring. Because she cared about Luo Jinghua, she hoped that in his heart, she was a perfect girl and not as unbearable as these people said. Jingwan lightly patted her back. Don't mind it. Sun Yijia subconsciously relaxed a little. However, the Junju beside Ruan Fangfei sneered. She has a good life, but this is also good. No one will fight with you. Maybe Prince Jin will directly marry you and let you be his Wangfei. I don't. It's better to be at Sifei. Prince Jin's fate is too hard. What if he jinxes you again? Although its Sifei's status is a bit worse, there won't be any danger of jinxing you. There's also no need to worry about someone pressing down on your head. This Junju naturally didn't notice that when she said these words, in the first half, Ruan Fangfei was still smiling sincerely. In the second half, it was as if there was an evil spirit condensing in the depths of her eyes. ready to crawl out and devour people at any time. Zhang Fei or Cifei, this needs to be decided by the emperor. Fang Fei, why don't you also imitate that person? The Junju leaned over to Ruan Fangfei's ear and looked at Sun Yijia. The evil spirit in Ruan Fangfei's eyes was ready to move. She finally entered Prince Jin's Wangfu with great difficulty and became the woman of the man she admired. To let her give up, do you want to die? She gently opened her mouth and said, I can't. I can't frame my father for injustice. Besides, she hurt her face. Prince Jin might not care and let go so easily, but I might not. The Junju nodded. She didn't feel that Ruan Fangfei was narcissistic, but felt that her words were very correct. She didn't notice that Ruan Fangfei was indirectly saying that this matter was indeed caused by Sun Yijia herself. She couldn't smoothly marry someone else. However, there were also people who felt that this matter wasn't right. For example, Li Ruyu. It seemed that what she encountered didn't match up with the rumors. However, she was smart for once and didn't stupidly say it out loud. Instead, she leaned over and whispered it to her mother. Princess Consort Chung was so angry that she almost fainted because of this daughter. She even did such a thing behind her back. If you don't want to die, swallow it back. Don't mention it to anyone. Don't mention it. But mother, that bitch, don't mention it. She now has the support of Great Elder Princess. Besides, you still dare to covet what Li Honyuan asked for. How many lives do you have? This one-track-minded daughter clearly realized that something was wrong, but she still focused on other things. Really, as soon as Li Hongyuan's name came out, Li Ruyu was so scared that she shrank her neck and didn't dare to say anything. If the secret recipe is so good, it won't be leaked out after entering the palace. You will get it. Really? Li Ruyu was a little surprised. Princess Consort Chung was also helpless. Because of this daughter, she was disliked everywhere. She had Ding, General Manor, and the Empress as her backers, but she was still bullied everywhere. Although Ruyu was a little arrogant, she shouldn't be like this. Why did it get worse and worse? It seemed that it started from her daughter's clamor to marry Brother Lin. Don't think about your Brother Lin in the future. Mother, what did you say? Li Ruyu suddenly raised her voice, which attracted the attention of the people around. Princess Consort Chung hurriedly covered her mouth. Facing the dissatisfied eyes of others, she could only bite the bullet and smile apologetically. It's impossible between you and him. Just give up. If you don't want your position as a princess and want your father to be stripped of his title, then go ahead and make a scene. You'll probably be happy if you destroy our family. Li Ruyu was stunned. How could it be so serious? But her mother didn't seem to be lying. Mother, it's not because of me, right? No. Princess Consort Chung just glanced at her indifferently and said nothing. Li Ruyu was scared. She was promoted to Infanta because of her aunt, the Empress. If she lost her title, she would be like those bitches. No, she didn't want to be like this time. Great Elder Princess came back quickly. Looking at her undulating chest, one could tell that she was very angry. Yuyao, where is your game? Go on. Great Elder Princess said coldly. Well, as the birthday girl, it was reasonable that Great Elder Princess didn't want to be disbanded in such an unlucky way. They all shut up and stopped talking about these disappointing things. Great Elder Princess directly took a piece of wood and turned it over. It was third Miss Luo. Then she smiled and said, Oh, it's you again. Do you want to perform? Great Elder Princess, I have a suggestion. What do you think? What good ideas do you have? Just tell us. It's fun to get rid of the bad luck. We're just having fun here, yet we're letting them laugh at us. Jingwan glanced at the male guests. It's too unfair. We should let them make a fool of themselves, so that we can have some fun too. That's a good idea. Servants, prepare the wood pieces and send them over there. Let the childs write their names on them. If they don't want to, don't force them. Tell them that if they do well today, I'll directly report their names to His Majesty. This time, most of them would be willing to do it. The maids took the wood pieces, brushes, and ink, divided into several teams, and began to write together. It didn't take much time. On the other side, under Jingwan's suggestion, they began to make a punishment program. Sister Luo, what good ideas do you have? Yu Yao pulled Jingwan's clothes and was very excited. Jingwan was all smiles, but everyone could tell that she was up to no good. How about a green waist dance? Green waist? But suddenly, they thought that it was a punishment for the male guests. They looked at each other and imagined the scene. It seemed to be very interesting. Great Elder Princess was very happy and directly made the decision. Then, wear women's clothes? This could be done. Appoint another child to drink a jar of wine? This could be done. A bowl of special drink. Then Jingwan calmly told them how to make it. When Jingwan finished, they all stared at her in disbelief. It was too bad. Jingwan smiled. It was nothing. Because of many taboos, she didn't dare to say the really bad things. Perhaps inspired by Jingwan, the others also came up with bad ideas one after another. Because they were laughing so happily, the male guests were confused. Why did they feel a chill on their backs? The male guests were basically done. What about me? The maids looked at each other and then looked at Li Hongyuan. Your Highness, that what? In your eyes, am I not a child? They had to hand the things over with trembling hands. Li Hongyuan wrote his name quite elegantly. Li Hongming suddenly smiled. Why don't I have some fun? Although I've got a family, it shouldn't be a problem. Therefore, with these two people taking the lead, the other princes, whether married or not, all joined in. When the maids took the wood pieces back, their hands and feet were still a little trembling. After asking, they knew the reason. How should they play this time? Great Elder Princess sent another maid. Tell the content of the punishment to all the princes and princes. If you don't pass my words, you are a coward. Take the wood pieces back. If you don't blame me for going to the palace to talk to His Majesty. Therefore, Great Elder Princess was the most domineering and powerful. Even though he only sent the message to Lu Chengdi's sons, the other young nobles all had a green expression. Unfortunately, Great Elder Princess didn't even give them a chance to be cowards. In contrast, Li Honyuan became the most leisurely one. The game began, but the wooden pieces were put in cloth bags. They shook them first and then reached in to take one. Instead of the nobles taking the wood pieces, the girls took them one by one. Those princesses and Infanta had been eager to have a try. There was no such fun in the palace, so they naturally didn't hesitate at this time. The first one to take out the wood piece was a chubby boy of 11 or 12 years old. When the news spread to the male guests, they roared with laughter. The chubby boy walked to the female guest seats with a sad face. I don't know how to do anything. Just punish me directly. Everyone was overjoyed. Great Elder Princess also waved her hand and agreed. The chubby boy probably thought that it was the same anyway. He had made a fool of himself in daily life. So he casually grabbed a pouch of punishment and then waited for the judgment of fate. After the little maid opened it and saw it, she covered her mouth and laughed. Master, you have to eat 4 drumsticks. The chubby boy was stunned at first, and then his eyes lit up. Really 4 drumsticks? Oh, for a fat boy like you, it's not a punishment at all. Great Elder Princess laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten up. Your family usually doesn't allow you to eat more. Today, I decide to give you 2 more drumsticks. This time, little Fatty was overjoyed. Then, he carried his 6 drumsticks and went back happily. When the men in the male guest seats saw the chubby boy, whose eyes were narrowed into slits with laughter, eating while walking, the corners of their mouths twitched. Of course, there were also those old adults who looked at him happily. Oh, it was a blessing to be able to eat. Only the chubby boy's grandfather, who was indeed a blessing to be able to eat 8 meals a day, was still full like a bottomless pit. If he continued to eat like this, he would not be worried that the family would be poor. Instead, they were worried that he would become the second princely heir of the loyal prince. Bah, he would be a dead man now. But now they couldn't stop him from eating. This boy is lucky. For others, a few drumsticks are definitely a punishment, but for him, it's a great benefit. Before they finished talking, the second person had been taken out. Even if they looked calm, they were still a little uneasy. There was no other way. Even if they were talented people, they were not omniscient and omnipotent. If they picked something that they didn't know how to do, they would still be punished. Who was the second unlucky guy, or the lucky one? Sun Yilin. In fact, Sun Yilin and Luo Jinghua had just returned not long ago. Naturally, after such a long time, they wouldn't be talking about Sun Yijia. It could be said that the two of them had written their names on the piece of wood without knowing what was going on. Sun Yilin could only shake his head helplessly when he found out what was going on, but Luo Jinghua didn't seem to care. Sun Yilin didn't expect that he would be picked so soon. Everyone looked at the famous young Master Lin in the capital. Speaking of which, the probability of him being punished shouldn't be high. However, there were more people who wanted to see him make a fool of himself. It wasn't entirely out of malice, but purely because they wanted to see how this young master would look like when he made a fool of himself. Seeing Sun Yilin appear, the girls in the female guest seats were a little excited. This was known as a peerless gentleman. He seemed to be proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and singing. It was not easy to see him displaying his talent in public. It was definitely a great enjoyment. However, they wanted to see him being punished even more. What should they do? Even Sun Yijia was whispering in Jingwan's ear. She was also a person who wanted to see the world in chaos. Great Elder Princess, I think the girls all want to see our young Master Lin being punished. Why don't we punish him directly? A princess of the same generation as Great Elder Princess joked. Sun Yilin repeatedly bowed and begged for mercy. Please be merciful. It's not up to us whether we can be merciful or not. It depends on your luck. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and pick. Sun Yilin had to pick a purse. The maid opened it and said, Master, it's archery. Sun Yilin obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was not as good at archery as other skills, he was not weak after all. Young Master Lin, don't be happy too early. Archery is not as simple as ordinary targets. If you don't do it well, you will also be punished. A princess smiled and kindly reminded him. Although Sun Yilin had been mentally prepared, he was still a little scared. The selection of bows was relatively large, and there was no fixed rule. He took the bow and went to the flower bed. Then a group of fully armed kittens and puppies were brought out. A red or green fruit was fixed on the head of each of them, and they were encircled in a certain range on the shore. The requirement was that he had to shoot all the green fruits within half an hour. Any arrow that hit a small animal would fail. There were only 3 green fruits. Logically speaking, it was not difficult. But Sun Yilin looked at the arrows that had been treated in order not to hurt the small animals, and the little thing that ran away as soon as he let go. It seemed that God wanted him to die today. https://www.bicken.com/11/11807/6652991. HTML. Click here to report. Registration is free. We will deal with it as soon as possible. After reporting, please wait patiently and refresh the page. Please remember the domain name of the book, www.bicken.com. Bicken.com mobile version reading website, mbicken.com. Chapter 101. Sun Yilin knocked an arrow and drew his bow, aiming at one of the little guys with a green fruit on its head. It must be said that compared to the red ones, the green ones were more difficult. After all, they were not as conspicuous. Moreover, there were a lot of red ones. They were scattered everywhere and obstructed one's line of sight. It was not enough to only focus on one little guy. If one was not careful and accidentally shot another one would be punished directly. He released the arrow. With a swoosh, everyone stared at the little guys closely. Did he hit or not? After all, the male guest seats were relatively far away. The group of young masters tried their best to get closer. Unfortunately, they could not get past the seats of the nobles. They leaned against the stone railings with exquisite relief sculptures by the lake and stretched their necks. From time to time, the people in front would be pulled on the head by the people behind. This scene was really... A group of people shook their heads. Did he hit? No. That little guy suddenly stopped. The arrow flew past the fruit. What a pity. If he did not stop, he would have hit. Sun Yilin was also helpless, as the little guy looked at him with a tilted head. The little guy's eyes seemed to be asking him, "Hey, what are you doing?" Asking him to knock an arrow again seemed to make him feel guilty. This was the disadvantage of domesticated animals compared to wild animals. Moreover, domesticated animals were not afraid of humans. Whether they ran or stopped depended on their preference. It was harder to deal with them than if they kept running or stopping. Fortunately, this arrow had been modified. Otherwise, Sun Yilin could not guarantee that he could continue. Time waits for no one. Sun Yilin took advantage of the little guy's daze and quickly shot another arrow. Good. Both the male and female VIP seats applauded and cheered at the same time. Sun Yilin, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. He had almost shot the little fellow's head. Sun Yilin looked at the incense stick. It took less time than expected. However, when he took out the arrows again, there were only 3 arrows left. He suddenly realized something. Although there was no rule saying that he could only shoot a few arrows, it was obvious that there were only 5 arrows. Did it mean that he only had 5 chances and could miss twice at most? The modified arrow was originally lighter, and its lethality was only equivalent to 10% of the original. If he did not control it well, it would probably not even pierce the skin of the fruit. It would definitely not be considered a hit. Which great aunt came up with this idea? Jingwan sat there calmly. Sorry, she couldn't accept Sun Yilin's resentment. The people here had no awareness of protecting animals. Even if they were domesticated, if they were not favored by their masters, they would never be treated well. It was common for them to be abused or beaten to death. Although these little animals looked good, she was sure that they were not favored by any of the masters in Great Elder Princess's mansion. If they were here, they would probably ignore the lives of these little animals. However, Jingwan couldn't bear to see them in danger of being shot to death under her nose. It was one thing if she didn't meet them, but now that she met them, she couldn't remain indifferent. The words increased the difficulty, dispelled everyone's doubts. On the male guest side, those who had a little eyesight had already found the problem after Sun Yilin shot the first arrow. They almost unanimously thought that it was to increase the difficulty. Only Li Hongyuan murmured in an almost inaudible voice, "He is still so soft-hearted." Sun Yilin's third arrow was very successful. He hit the fruit with one shot. All the childs applauded him. Although they wanted to see him make a fool of himself, he was also the model of this group of people. If he made a fool of himself, it might affect the image of everyone in the girls' hearts. He only needed one more arrow to succeed. Unfortunately, the wish was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Sun Yilin's fourth arrow missed the fruit again. When they saw the last arrow in the quiver, they all broke out in a cold sweat for him. Probably because it was the most critical arrow, everyone held their breath and stared at him nervously. They even didn't dare to make a sound, as if they were afraid of disturbing him. Good. Alas, before he could finish the word good, the arrow, which was obviously going to the fruit, touched it gently and fell down. Obviously, it was not powerful enough. It was such a pity. He was just a little bit away. How could he? Alas, the first person to shout for him to come down and receive his punishment was followed by more and more people. Since the matter was settled, they just had to happily watch how this young Master Lin would make a fool of himself. Only Jingwan slightly narrowed her eyes and glanced at the incense. Sun Yilin did the same thing. Sister Jia, don't be anxious. It's not over yet. Sun Yijia didn't understand. Sun Yilin quickly ran down the parterre and bent down to pick up the arrow closest to him. He returned to the parterre at an even faster speed and knocked the arrow. With a whoosh, the last green fruit was directly pierced through. It can be done like this? Many people asked this question. Sun Yilin stood on the parterre and smiled as he watched the last spark of the incense extinguish. An old man stroked his beard. The rule is to shoot arrows from the parterre and hit all the green fruits within half an incense's time. If any arrow hits a small animal, it will be considered a failure. It didn't say that under this premise, one can't come down and retrieve the arrow. Although my eyesight isn't good and I can't see the specific situation of the incense, it seems like it was a success. This young master's son is quick-witted. I don't know if it was purposely set up like this. If it is, the person who set it up is also intelligent. After this explanation, many people were enlightened. They only saw 5 arrows and assumed that only 5 arrows could be shot. They forgot to link the rules together, as expected of young Master Lin. Then, was it purposely set up like this? In fact, at the female guest seating area, almost everyone didn't expect this result. They didn't hear about this situation before. How were they going to calculate this? However, the maid standing next to the incense burner said very calmly, "Young Master Sun Yilin is in line with the rules. It's done." It seemed that she was completely aware of this situation. But she was just a little maid. If she hadn't been instructed in advance, even if she had thought of it, she wouldn't have dared to announce the result on her own. She had to ask for the opinions of the nobles first. Obviously, this was a deliberate setup. It not only tested one's archery ability, but also one's ability to react on the spot. Of course, if one met someone who was very good at archery and could hit the target every time, the following setup would be superfluous. Great Elder Princess looked at Jingwan thoughtfully. "Girl Luo, is this your idea again?" Jingwan smiled calmly. "If it's not a game, but a real hunting or even a battlefield, I believe everyone knows what to do, right? Even if the rules of the game are included, you can be more flexible and not so rigid, right?" Sun Yilin had already come down from the parterre. Hearing this, he said, "Miss, you're so quick-witted that even I was almost fooled." This was purely a compliment. Jingwan smiled faintly. However, some people felt that Jingwan was particularly annoying. Great Elder Princess laughed heartily. Well, you're all smart. You'll be rewarded. You'll all be rewarded." The maid carried up another tray that others didn't know about and sent it to Sun Yilin. "You may take what I said just now as empty words. What we carry are all women's household items. It's not suitable for you, so it's inconvenient for us to give them to you." So Girl Luo gave me an idea. I came up with the same idea. I wrote a note and put it in the purse. But there are only 10 things in total. There are 10 purses. If you take one away, there will be one less. You can take one and go to His Majesty to get the reward another day. As for you, you probably don't care much about it, but you're allowed to give the purse away. This meant that Great Elder Princess's promise of reporting to His Majesty if she performed well had been changed into an actual benefit. It should be known that if Great Elder Princess just reported it to His Majesty and forgot about it, or His Majesty forgot about it, there was nothing she could do about it. But now it was different. She could ask His Majesty for a reward in person with a purse. It was one thing to get something good, but more importantly, she could meet His Majesty. It was needless to say which one would leave a deeper impression on His Majesty just by hearing a name or meeting him in person. In this way, even if there was a huge risk of being embarrassed, the young masters in the male guest seats would still hope that they could be chosen. It would be impolite of me to refuse. Sun Yilin took out a purse and then sincerely bowed to Jingwan. "I thank you on behalf of the 10 young masters." This was a real gratitude to Jingwan. Jingwan hurriedly avoided it. "I don't deserve your thanks. It's all Great Elder Princess's credit. I just said a few words. You deserve it. Why not?" Sun Yilin wanted it, but Great Elder Princess also wanted it. Only families with titles of nobility could benefit their descendants. Other families, even the elders of the inner cabinet, could only rely on their descendants' own efforts to make progress. When they entered the officialdom, their fathers and grandfathers could help them. Moreover, every family wanted to gain benefits for their own families, so the competition was very fierce. The reward this time could save 10 people's hard work for 10 or 20 years. If the reward was out of Great Elder Princess's mansion and fell into the hands of a poor child, it was more likely to be a chance for him to soar to the sky. In that case, it was not just a person who owed Jingwan a favor, but a whole family or even a whole family. This was not only a hypothesis, but was likely to come true in this place where clans were highly valued. Jingwan probably just came up with this idea on the spur of the moment and didn't think too far ahead. She just thought that it would be a pity to bury some people who might not be good at studying but were really talented. If she could help one of them, she might find a great talent for the Qi Yuan dynasty. She just mentioned it and didn't expect that Great Elder Princess would agree. Now, not only did she directly expose her, but also confirmed that it was her credit, which made Jingwan feel a little helpless. Seeing her like this, Great Elder Princess knew that she must have understood the interests in this matter. She didn't feel proud or complacent, and there was a trace of a smile in her eyes. It was really rare to see a girl who could see through things and was not easily blinded by interests. Great Elder Princess didn't break the convention in vain and clearly showed her love for her. Don't worry. Even if the sky falls down, there will be someone taller to hold it up. Jingwan laughed. It had already happened, so there was no need to think more about it. Great Elder Princess saw that she regained her composure so quickly and couldn't help nodding in her heart. Okay, Luo, you can also take one of the rewards. I can't accept it. Jingwan hurriedly refused. Why can't I accept it? I just said that there will be rewards for all of you, just for your good idea. Besides, I haven't rewarded you with the song just now. Take this as a reward. At this point, Jingwan had to take a purse and said, "Thank you, Great Elder Princess." Before Sun Yilin returned to the male guest seats, the news of the reward of 10 purses had been spread all over the place. Sure enough, many young masters were very excited and expectant. They were no longer nervous as before. After seeing that Sun Yilin really came back with a purse, their eyes were particularly hot. Sun Yilin seemed to feel that it was inappropriate and put the purse into his sleeve. Luo Peishan finally knew why Diwu Taiqing always pulled his beard. He also wanted to pull his beard now. It was a good thing that his child was outstanding and in the limelight, but too much of the limelight would make people feel confused. Why did such a thing happen unconsciously? His colleagues kept glancing at him with resentful little eyes. They enjoyed it, but also felt uncomfortable. Lord Luo raised a good granddaughter. Diwu Taiqing didn't mind the chaos and said faintly. Luo Peishan glared at him. What a sissy old bastard. That's the opportunity given by Great Elder Princess. If your girl didn't mention it, would Great Elder Princess give such a reward? My girl just happened to be there at the right time. If it were someone else, it would be the same. Old bastard, shut up. But it's not someone else. That girl's surname is Luo. Besides, even if others often appear in front of Great Elder Princess, they don't seem to be favored by Great Elder Princess. Such banquets have been held many times. Why didn't anyone mention it? It's one thing to not think of it. Even if you think of it, you don't have the courage to say it. Besides, it's a good thing to benefit everyone. We old guys only think of making profits for our own families and never think of others. Diwu Taiqing seemed to be envious, but he was reminding others that Jingwan played a key role in this matter. Although Great Elder Princess had to build the ladder in the end, without Jingwan, the key first step, there would be no later things. Therefore, the person who benefited in the end must be grateful. Lord Diwu, you think too much. My girl didn't think so much. I may believe you if you say that to others, but I've seen this girl with my own eyes. If you say that she didn't even think of this, Diwu Taiqing stroked his beard and smiled. I don't believe you at all. Luo Peishan gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. That's enough. Diwu Taiqing stroked his beard and nodded. Well, it was almost enough. Lord Luo, I wonder if the third miss of your mansion has been engaged? Li Hongming suddenly asked. Third brother, you've gone too far. Li Hongyi immediately retorted. Although the marriage between that bastard Li Hongyuan and his cousin had not been cancelled, it was already set in stone. It was also a fact that his cousin would marry into the Luo family. In this case, he had already included the Luo family in his line. Now that there was such a girl who might be indebted to many people, how could he let Li Hongming win her over? Eldest brother, why are you so excited? As the saying goes, a good girl is sought after by many families. This is a very normal thing, isn't it? Yes, this was indeed a very normal thing. As long as she was not engaged, as long as there was a suitable man in her family, he could go to her family to ask for her hand in marriage. Even the emperor had no right to interfere. Li Hongyi was so angry that his eyes widened. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. My third daughter has already been betrothed to someone else. Many people sighed in their hearts. It was a pity that such a girl could be married without any harm. Oh, I wonder which family he is from. Li Hongming glanced at the young masters present. Your Highness, you don't need to look for him. He hasn't come to Great Elder Princess Mansion. Was it because he didn't come, or because he was not qualified? The former was actually less likely, unless he suddenly fell ill. Otherwise, on such an occasion, basically no one would refuse. Did it mean that he was not qualified? Why did Lord Luo choose such a poor family for his granddaughter? However, Lord Luo's second son was actually a little similar to the general's son-in-law. In this case, it was not impossible for his granddaughter to marry into a poor family. That brat had really picked up a big bargain. Li Honyuan supported his chin with one hand, his entire body lazy. However, someone had stabbed his weak spot again. He really wanted to kill all the people who were spying on his family's Wan. Wan, why didn't I see you make such a big commotion in your previous life? However, it doesn't matter. No matter how big the commotion you make, this prince will take care of it for you. No matter how elegant you are, feel free to show it. Whoever dares to stretch out their claws, they will be chopped up. In fact, there were people on the male guest side who were tempted, but there were also women on the side. However, because there were people who knew about Jingwan's engagement before, there was no need for Madame Luo to explain. The news quickly spread, and Chen Zhengmin's identity was naturally exposed. Especially the woman who had been humiliated by Madame Luo before. Her voice was the loudest. Those who were originally jealous because of Jingwan's great limelight now only had ridicule and ridicule left. The maidens of the inner residence, before they got married, they competed with nothing more than family background. After they became nuns, they competed with nothing more than their husbands. They only knew how to show off their beautiful things, and the pain and suffering would only rot and mold in their hearts. It must be said that these people were really bored. Their material lives were satisfied, but unfortunately, their spiritual lives were too lacking. That was why they would listen to the wind and rain, and if they didn't say a few words, they would die. Her relatives and friends were originally worried that Jingwan would be upset, but she looked very calm. Her calmness was something that many people couldn't compare to. Moreover, actually, I think that it's not too late to say these things 20 years later. She looked like a dough ball. Not only did she not refute, she even smiled. However, when she refuted, it was so sharp and vicious, hitting the nail on the head. Some of the madams present should have heard a lot of good and bad words 20 years ago. Then, how many of you can confidently say that you are the same as 20 years ago, sweeter on the outside and sweeter on the inside? I believe that there are also people who can slap back those who said all kinds of bad things in front of them and proudly tell them that they are very good. Jingwan's voice was not loud, and she didn't even look back, but the people around her all heard it. One by one, they became mute. Even the ignorant little girls didn't dare to say anything. Among them, there were few who hadn't heard their mothers talk about how glorious they were when they were young, but all kinds of misfortunes and hardships after they got married. Madame Luo, who was sitting with the other madams, was also a little worried at first, but now she was very relieved. This was her granddaughter, the granddaughter who had been raised by her. Jingwan looked at Great Elder Princess with a smile. Great Elder Princess, let's continue the game. Otherwise, they will be anxious. Jingwan raised her chin to the male guests. Great Elder Princess was also deeply touched by her words. This girl is really amazing. The more I look at her, the more I love her. If she marries into the royal family, forget it. I'd better not think about these meaningless things. Great Elder Princess nodded. That was because the 10 prizes were different from the ones given to the female guests earlier. That was, the people who had drawn the lots would not have to put their wooden pieces back. Otherwise, if Jingwan was so lucky that she took a few chances, it would be fine if she didn't take away the prizes. But if one person took all the prizes, the others would definitely feel indignant and resentful. Up until now, it could be said that Jingwan was the only one who was in the limelight. Her words and actions were naturally the center of attention. Her words not only affected the women and young ladies, but also affected the male guests even more. Those who were always bullied and felt inferior and timid couldn't help but straighten their chests, and those who were originally arrogant couldn't help but restrain themselves a little. As for those who were older, most of them were thinking about the past with a little bit of thinking. Li Hongyuan laughed in a low voice, and then laughed louder and louder. His laughter made everyone's hair stand on end. The maid who came with the wood pieces again shrank her head and didn't dare to make a sound. When he was done laughing, he raised his head and looked at the crowd with a smile. Do you think that 20 years later I'll have no bones left, or I'll still be like now? At least half of the people thought the former. In their opinion, Emperor Lucheng couldn't live for 20 years. No matter which prince ascended the throne, he would be the first to be killed. However, people like Qin Tianming were cursing in their hearts. 20 years later, no one would be able to control this emperor. He would most likely be even more arrogant than he was now. Of course, at that time, he would no longer be young. Moreover, the emperor would more or less have some misgivings and might restrain himself. What would Li Hongyuan be like 20 years later? Others didn't know, but he knew. However, that was in the previous life. He was in his early 40s, and his health had long deteriorated. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to wait for his only son to grow up, he might not have survived until then. In this life, he naturally wouldn't let the same thing happen again. 20 years later, he wasn't sure about other things, but he was sure of one thing. He would definitely hold Wan Wan in his arms and bully her however he wanted. Li Hongyuan waved to the little maid holding the wood piece. Give it to me. The little maid trembled as she came forward and handed over the wood piece. Li Hongyuan glanced at it and handed it to Li Hongming. Don't embarrass yourself too much. Li Hongming took the wood piece. Sure enough, his name was on it. I was really chosen. I hope my luck is good. He was a prince and naturally didn't need the reward. However, if he was punished, he would lose a lot of face. Of course, it wouldn't be bad if he could get the reward and give it to his subordinates. Their imperial aunt could decide on the reward and send it directly to Emperor Lucheng without asking for their father's permission. No one else could do this. This time, many people stood up and bowed to Prince Rue first. Few of the female guests could make Prince Rue bow to them. Great Elder Princess was naturally kind to Li Hongming. She tried her best to treat his elder brother's children equally. You have to work hard. If you embarrass yourself, it will not only be a matter of face. Li Hongming smiled bitterly. Imperial Aunt, it's not up to me to decide. Why don't you spare me this time? Great Elder Princess immediately changed her face. Do you want others to call you a coward in the future? Li Hongming's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and took out his purse to choose the project. Without giving it to the maid, he opened it himself. He was not very happy, but he was a little relieved. It seemed that he was not very good at it, but he could still finish it. There was no fixed name for the lyrics for the current scene, so it could be simple or complicated. Li Hongming didn't spend so much time thinking about it. Sure enough, it was not outstanding. Great Elder Princess pondered. Everyone, do you think Prince Rue passed or not? Yes, someone said weakly, and then more and more people echoed. Well, I guess you passed. Great Elder Princess waved her hand. Of course, there was no reward for him. Most of the people who let him pass did not want him to lose face. In fact, There was no need to think about who the first person to speak was. Li Hongming smiled sincerely and left gracefully. After he went back, no one said anything, but he was ridiculed by Li Hongyuan again. Li Hongming did not dare to refute. When he was young, it was almost the same thing. He just straightened his neck and said, "If you have the ability, why don't you try to compose a song? You want to compete with me, an ignorant and incompetent person?" Li Hongyuan had always been so frank. "If you are chosen, I wish you success in advance. In fact, I want to try all the punishment projects." Since he was so shameless, he was naturally invincible. Even those old pedantic people could only sigh in front of Li Hongyuan. After Prince Rue sadly left, the next few people, some were punished, and some passed. None of them was outstanding. The most interesting thing was probably that one of them was punished and got a green waist. Didn't he know how to do it? It didn't matter. Great Elder Princess directly called the dancers in the mansion to teach him how to dance on the spot. His appearance made everyone laugh. It must be said that he was a young master of a commandery prince. In the end, he simply did not care about it and deliberately made fun of it. Even the most dignified noblewomen laughed so hard that they couldn't stand straight. If it goes on like this, we can't even give out 10 purses? In fact, it was easy for them to give out 10 purses. But if they used the lottery, no matter how capable they were, they would be defeated if they got the one they were not good at. Therefore, they had to rely on luck. Jingwan didn't take it seriously. Luck is also a part of strength. Luck is also a part of strength. Great Elder Princess chewed on this sentence. Well said. Girl, it's your turn to draw this time. Okay. Jingwan nodded and didn't refuse. After Jingwan drew it, the expression on her face was a little subtle. Sun Yijia tilted her head and her face also changed. Seeing them like this, the people next to them all craned their heads to look. Ah, it's Prince Jean. This voice was very exaggerated. There were a few other voices expressing their surprise, one after another. Great Elder Princess was stunned and then laughed. What did you say just now? Luck is also a part of strength. Look at your luck. She was obviously making fun of her. Jingwan stared at the 3 words on the wood for a while and slowly put it down. To be able to draw Jin Qinhuang out, doesn't that mean that this subject's daughter's strength is extraordinary? Just now, when the 3 words Jin Qinhuang were shouted out, the other side had already faintly heard it. Li Hongyuan was very conscious and took advantage of this time to walk over. His hearing was originally extraordinary. Even though Jingwan's voice was small at this moment, it was clearly transmitted into his ears. Pa pa pa. He clapped his hands and walked closer. These words, Ben Wang likes to hear. He grabbed the performance item with his left hand and directly threw it to Jingwan. Then he took a purse for the punishment item with his right hand. Since you drew me, you will perform for me. Therefore, she was very lucky to meet this person. However, it was not good luck, but bad luck. He would not look for bad luck after the event. He would look for bad luck immediately. Some of these items were specially prepared for men. Although there were many items that coincided with women's, what if she drew the item that she couldn't finish? There were many people who rejoiced in her misfortune. They all saw that Li Hongyuan had already drawn the punishment purse. Of course, if she drew the item to wear women's clothing, it didn't matter. But for the other items, she also had to suffer. Aya. She herself had come up with a lot of ideas before. What was this called? Moving a stone to smash her own foot. Could she refuse Li Hongyuan's request? Of course not. Jingwan opened the purse. If you can perform well, the reward will be yours. If you can't perform, the punishment will be received by Ben Wang. In addition, if you receive the reward, you can also decide whether Ben Wang should continue to accept the punishment. After all, according to the rules, if you don't perform, you should be punished. Li Hongyuan casually tossed the punishment purse in his hand. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Prince Jean was so good today. Did he eat the wrong medicine? Just based on what you said just now, Ben Wang will make you extraordinarily strong for once. So what? Was this because her words pleased this living king of hell and made him in a good mood, so he wanted to be a gentleman for once? In essence, it was narcissism that had no bounds. Jingwan took out the slip of paper from the purse. Poem. The topic was early spring. To tell the truth, Jingwan had only learned the basics of poetry in this life. For her to write a poem, it was harder than ascending to the heavens. Writing it well was even more impossible. But she remembered a lot of excellent poems. She never thought of taking those out as her own. The problem was that if she couldn't compose it, Li Honyuan would be punished. He wanted to be a good person now, a gentleman. But after that, she didn't dare to believe in this person's character. Tangled, no matter if you can or can't, at least say something. What are you doing in a daze? Someone impatiently urged. It wasn't someone else. It was the Junju next to Ruan Fangfei. Li Honyuan faintly swept a glance and unsurprisingly met Ruan Fangfei's focused gaze. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she didn't reveal anything. Li Honyuan didn't doubt that the words he said just now made this woman target Wan Wan. In addition to Wan Wan's previous performance, she attracted everyone's attention. In the past banquets, even if she didn't do anything, she would still be the moon surrounded by stars and the focus of the young master's discussion. Now, who would still remember her? It would be strange if she didn't bear a grudge. No matter how gentle and elegant she appeared to be, she actually hated people who were more dazzling than her the most, as well as those who were as beautiful as they were on the surface. Jingwan now had both of them. Perhaps one more thing should be added. She had obtained Li Hongyuan's attention. Her desire to destroy Jingwan had probably climbed above everyone else. How about I compose a poem? Don't worry, I don't want a reward, Ruan Fangfei suddenly said. It was just that her tone seemed to be a bit too big, as if as long as she could compose a poem, she would definitely be rewarded. However, looking at the expressions of the surrounding people, there wasn't a single person who thought it was strange. Jingwan turned around. Ruan Fangfei was so perfect that it was unreal. How could she forget about this person who might have the same background as her? If that was the case, she would be exposed if she recited a poem. However, right now it might be an opportunity to determine whether she was the same as her. Alright, Jin Qinhuang shouldn't mind, right? But this prospective Si Fei, without Jia Jiejia, she might just be a Wang Fei. Jingwan's smile was a bit ambiguous. Everyone also followed with a kind smile, especially those matrons. They had a deeper meaning. It wasn't that they minded very much. She wouldn't. If he was willing to be punished, she would. She wouldn't mind letting her decide whether he would be punished or not. Wan Wan, you pushed your own husband to someone else. Record it down and calculate it in the future. If he flicked his sleeves and left now, although it would sweep away Ruan Fangfei's face, it was more likely to bring trouble to Wan Wan. This wasn't his original intention. Before he married Wan Wan, he always had to carefully protect her. He wanted to ruin her reputation, and then logically match her with him, who was black from head to toe. But the so-called bad reputation, he couldn't let her be tainted even a little bit. Li Hongyuan's face was expressionless. Ruan Fangfei only took it as his silent consent. Perhaps in this short moment, Ruan Fangfei already had a card up her sleeve and opened her mouth. When she finished reading, many people had already started to discuss, saying, as expected of Miss Ruan, she's still so amazing. This poem is really good. It's graceful and lively, just like Fangfei. There will be another poem in Miss Ruan's book of poems, and so on. In short, it was all praise. Jingwan didn't know how to compose poems, but she knew how to appreciate poems. She had to admit that Ruan Fangfei's poem was quite good. It was indeed worthy of a prize, but it wasn't something she was familiar with. Was it because she didn't know? Or was it actually Ruan Fangfei's original work? If Li Honyuan knew Jingwan's thoughts, then he would clearly tell her that Ruan Fangfei was indeed an original product. She didn't come from another place like her, nor did she live a second life like him. She was indeed very outstanding, especially in poetry. However, no matter how good her poems were, no matter how beautiful they were, they didn't exceed the category of a girl in the boudoir. If she had more experience and knowledge, then she might be able to leave a legacy for generations. The premise was that she had to grow up like a normal person. Unfortunately, this person's roots were already crooked. He admitted that he himself was crooked, but he could clearly understand himself. Yuan Fangfei wasn't. She thought that she was perfect, outstanding, and that everything she did was right. Let's not punish her, right? Yuan Fangfei looked at Jingwan and suggested. Although that was the case, Jingwan's feeling was different. Yuan Fangfei wasn't suggesting her, but was instructing her. That kind of faintly matter-of-fact attitude, and she was clearly stepping on Jingwan to pretend to be a good person. It was as if it wasn't because of her words, Jingwan would do something overboard. The surrounding people seemed to be used to it and didn't feel anything. Yuan Fangfei really had a problem as a person. Her disguise was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. If she was like these people and was imperceptibly influenced for a long time, she would also feel that she was good. Just like Jia Jijia, other than feeling that she was too perfect to be real, she didn't say anything bad about her. This kind of person, if she wasn't dangerous, then it was fine. If she was dangerous, then the danger factor would be very high. Therefore, if it wasn't necessary, one must not come into contact with her and stay as far away as possible. Jingwan originally didn't want Jin Qinhuang to make a fool of himself, so she naturally agreed. However, Li Hongyuan had already opened the pouch in his hand. Looking at the words on the paper, his lips hooked up. That appearance was really very bewitching. When Ben Wang was young, Mu Fei and I wore female children's clothing. Ben Wang himself couldn't see, but Mu Fei and the palace maids by her side all said that it was unbelievably beautiful. How could the crowd not understand what kind of punishment he received? Those who had seen Li Hongyuan's appearance when he was young couldn't help but nod. At that time, it was hard to tell whether he was a boy or a girl. He was really very exquisite and beautiful, and no one could compare to him. Who knew how many people wanted to take him home to raise him? But Su Guifei kept a close eye on him, and Lu Chengdi protected him tightly. Slowly, this boy became a bit of a scoundrel. The more he grew, the more crooked he became, and the more unlikable he became. Sure enough, Li Hongyuan turned the front of the paper to face the crowd. Don't want to see? As he spoke, he thoughtfully touched his chin. This face now, if I dress it up properly and cover the places that should be covered, perhaps it would also look good? If I wear a more suitable set of clothes. To tell the truth, right now, Li Hongyuan's body was first class. Even if that face was more handsome, it wouldn't be mistaken for a woman. It was hard for them to imagine what he would look like if he wore female clothing and makeup. On the contrary, when Jingwan heard his words, she was very eager to give it a try. In her previous life, there were a lot of men cross-dressing. Even if it was a masculine man, after careful dressing, he would still be very beautiful. If Li Hongyuan's face was well painted, it would definitely be a first-class super beauty. Li Hongyuan saw Jingwan's small eyes. How could he not understand what she was thinking? His family's Wan wanted to see it, so it wasn't that he couldn't sacrifice a bit. However, not now. He didn't have the idea of entertaining everyone. After marriage, she could close the door and slowly toss about. Li Hongyuan threw the paper and the pouch back. Many people were a little regretful. They knew that it was impossible for Jin Qinhuang to be willing to wear female clothing. He was just teasing them. Yuan Fangfei was relieved. How could he really throw her face? Was it over like this? How could it be? A certain male peacock hadn't fallen in love with the woman he liked yet. Just when everyone thought that he would leave, Li Hongyuan opened another performance pouch. He looked at it, rubbed it out, threw it away, opened it again, threw it away, opened it again, threw it away, opened it again, threw it away again, opened it again, threw it away again, opened it again, threw it away again, opened it again, and threw it away again. Not to mention the female guests. Even the male guests' mouths were twitching. Everyone believed that if he couldn't find a performance that satisfied him, he would probably open all the pouches. Great Elder Princess resisted the urge to beat this bastard. When he opened the sixth pouch, Li Hongyuan was finally satisfied. This one. The maid looked at Great Elder Princess helplessly. https://www.bicken.com/11/11807/6652993. HTML. Please click here to report. Registration is free. We will deal with it as soon as possible. After reporting, please wait patiently and refresh the page. Please remember the domain name of this book, www.bicken.com. Bicken.com mobile edition website, mbicken.com. Sometimes he did it on purpose, sometimes it was purely out of habit, and he didn't notice these things at all. The more he was like this, the more people wanted to chop him up. This kind of thing could become a habit. He was not piled up by mountains of gold and silver, but by a lot of treasures in the world that money in the world could not buy. Go and bring out the new horse of the prince consort to Prince Jean. Great Elder Princess said with a cold face. The prince consort naturally wouldn't say anything about the decision of Great Elder Princess, but after all, it was the prince consort's favorite horse. He had to take time to take a look at it every day. The most important thing was that the horse was wild and hard to tame, and it had not been completely tamed until now. Except for the manservant who took care of it every day, and Prince Consort Jiang, it was even difficult for others to get close to it. It was better to inform the prince consort about this matter. If the couple quarreled about it later, it would not be beautiful. Prince Consort Jiang heard the manservant's report in a hurry, and they also saw that Li Hongyuan was indeed in a deadlock for a long time because of the choice of a horse. Prince Consort Jiang also knew that Li Hongyuan had the ability to annoy people, so he sighed and said, "I'll listen to Princess." The horse was brought over at the fastest speed. Except for a tuft of white hair on the top of its head and 4 hooves, the rest of its body was almost black. The manservant carried the saddle and other things. Obviously, he didn't want those things to be on his body. This horse might finally be acceptable. Li Hongyuan stood up, but the horse took 2 steps back and even snorted at Li Hongyuan and kicked its hooves. Even the horse didn't like him. The manservant was shocked and hurriedly pulled the reins. Li Hongyuan didn't mind at all. He took 2 steps forward and waved his hand for the manservant to move to the side. The manservant was worried that the horse would hurt him, but he didn't dare to disobey his orders. He could only take 2 steps back, but he didn't dare to go too far. Li Hongyuan patted the horse's neck. The horse whinnied and almost raised its hooves. However, it didn't do so in the end. This was because Li Hongyuan's arm went from the bottom of its neck to the other side, as if he was hugging it with one hand. Its hooves kicked the ground a few times anxiously, as if it could attack him at any time. The manservant only felt his heart skip a beat. However, miraculously, the horse slowly became docile. Its raised head also slightly lowered. Old Six's ability to train horses is still so amazing. No matter how fierce the horse is, no matter how much it dislikes him at the beginning, it will quickly become docile under his hands. There is no exception. Everything he does is clearly seen in his eyes, but if others do it, it will have no effect at all. Li Hongming sighed. Old Six's horse training ability is so amazing. Li Hongyi, on the other hand, didn't look so good. It was not the first time that he had been injured when Li Hongyuan was riding a horse. Moreover, it reminded him of the time when Li Hongyuan stepped on his back and almost overturned the carriage when he was riding a horse. Now the injury on his back hadn't healed yet. If it weren't for Great Elder Princess's birthday, he wouldn't go out today. Even so, he had to admit that Li Hongming's words were true. Li Hongyuan's unique skills could not be learned by others. Was Li Hongyuan good at training horses? Judging from the speed of the horse's obedience, he was indeed good. But the fact was that he was not good at training horses. He just used his power to frighten them. Did you know what animal he killed the most in his previous life? It was a horse, a war horse. Not only did he kill the enemy's war horses on the battlefield, but he also encountered an accident during a march. Not only did he get lost, but he was also surrounded and intercepted by the enemy. The dry rations he had brought with him were all gone, and he had nowhere else to go. Li Honyuan gave the order to kill the horses, but the soldiers were unwilling to do so. Li Honyuan also didn't give the order to kill the horses. Instead, he did it himself. Over 100 horses were all killed by him. From then on, no matter what kind of horse it was innately repelled by him and was especially afraid of him. Some animals were very intelligent. They seemed to be able to feel some things. Even if Li Honyuan was reborn, the things engraved in the depths of his soul could not be erased. He was never liked by horses. The one he often rode now was an exception. Perhaps it was used to it, but it was close to him. He didn't want to change this. All he wanted was for them to submit. The reason why the horse was so docile now was because it felt that its life was threatened. The arm around its neck told it that if it dared to resist, it would break its neck and flip it to the ground, never to get up again. Li Honyuan patted the horse's neck again. A beast will be a beast. Saddle the horse. The process of saddling the horse was very smooth. It was so smooth that the servant could not believe it. Then, he looked at Li Honyuan with eyes full of admiration. If he knew the reason, he would be scared shitless. Li Honyuan flipped onto the horse in an exceptionally elegant manner. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but he glanced at the female guest seats. With just one glance, it was unknown how many young ladies' heartbeats sped up. There was no other way. This person's reputation was indeed terrible, but the lethality of his appearance was too great. Now, it would not cause any harm to them. In addition, that heroic posture of mounting the horse was really convincing. Therefore, it did not prevent them from secretly fantasizing. Jingwan was speechless at this Jin Qinhuang, who was always flirting with people. When he was not scourging people, he was a super scourge. If he deliberately went to harm people, it was unknown how many people would fall into his hands. Well, the people that he deliberately wanted to flirt with were not flirted with this time. Those that he was not interested in, he flirted with a bunch. However, Li Honyuan completely ignored these people. Pulling the reins, his feet squeezed the horse's belly. The horse obediently began to run. In a very short period of time, Li Honyuan made the horse run at its fastest speed. Then, it rushed onto the flower terrace. Under his control, the horse leaped, and by the edge of the flower terrace, it leaped onto the corridor next to the lake. It must be said that the corridor's width was not as long as the horse's body. It was about to cross the corridor and fall into the lake from the other side. It caused many people to cry out in alarm. There were even more women who subconsciously covered their eyes. However, some people were indifferent and even looked at it with high spirits. Obviously, it was not the first time that Li Honyuan did this kind of thing. The horse turned its body. The degree of the twist made people think that it would break its spine. However, it did not. The body that had already leaped out of the lake turned back, and its hind legs happened to step on the corridor's guardrail. With a crack, the solid stone guardrail cracked. Then, there was even a part that directly splashed out and fell into the water. The horse carried Li Honyuan along the corridor and went far away. And in such a short period of time, it made people tremble with fear and their hearts beat faster. The corridor on the lake was not straight. Instead, it had 9 bends and 18 bends. Every corner was almost vertical. In some places, the distance between the 2 corners was also less than the length of the horse's body. But even so, the horse was always able to smoothly pass through. Later, you would find that it did not even touch the guardrail. It must be said that Jin Qinhuang's riding skills are really superb. If I didn't know that this horse was indeed transported back to the capital from outside and entered Great Princess Royal's Fu, I would have thought that Jin Qinhuang was its former master. With this degree of proficiency in riding, no one would believe that it was the first time he cooperated with it. Prince Consort Jiang sighed and said, in fact, his heart was a bit sour. Although this horse was new, in reality, it was not new. He had only tried to ride it once or twice, and this beast was not very cooperative. It was lazy, as if it did not want to pay attention to him. Now that it was running, it was really a white-eyed horse. The others at the side all nodded in agreement. Li Hongyuan once again straddled the two close-by corridors. Originally, they thought that the previous play would repeat itself. However, everyone was wrong once again. The horse directly stepped on the guardrail, and its entire body soared into the air. His goal was actually the small island on the lake that was more than one zhang away. It landed steadily, and its hind hooves touched a little bit of the water. That force also splashed a lot of water. Stepping on the flowers, crossing over the flowers and trees, it leaped onto a lower rockery. With another leap, it went on to another rockery. This repeated several times until the horse and the person reached the highest point. The horse neighed, its front hooves raised high, and the person on the horse's back was cold and handsome. At that moment, it made Jingwan think of a very classic picture from her previous life. The appearance of a certain great Western emperor riding a divine horse and facing the wind was truly. Even those who didn't like Li Hongyuan couldn't help secretly applauding at this moment, not to mention those young masters who had only heard of Li Hongyuan's bad reputation, but actually had little contact with him. In fact, they were so afraid of Li Hongyuan. In fact, there were not many people who had really been beaten by him. The main reason was that his means were a little cruel. One person spread it to 10 people, and 10 people spread it to 100 people. Everyone subconsciously regarded him as the god of plague and avoided him. Unexpectedly, Prince Jin's horsemanship was so exquisite. As the saying went, it was easy to go up, but difficult to come down. Was it difficult for Li Hongyuan? He told you, with action, that it was not difficult. Similarly, he didn't carefully control the horse to come down bit by bit. Instead, he directly jumped down and went straight to the lake. What was he going to do? Great Elder Princess was so shocked that she stood up. Perhaps some people thought that he was bound to fall into the water this time. But would Li Hongyuan let people see his heroic appearance one moment and then see him fall into the water the next moment? Definitely not. The horse fell on the water and then jumped up again. After a few jumps and falls, it returned to the corridor again. What was going on? Could the horse run on the water? It turned out that there were a lot of round stones under the water. Some were high, and some were low, and some were exposed to the water, but the people on the shore couldn't see them. If the horse could really run on the water, it would be really strange. In Jingwan's view, this was definitely 10 times or 100 times more exciting than the highest standard equestrian competition in her previous life and the most intense horse racing competition. However, Prince Jin was simply playing with his heartbeat and even his life. If the onlookers were like this, then how did he feel as the person involved? If he made a mistake, if he didn't cooperate well, it was possible. Didn't he have the slightest fear in his heart? Seeing that he was so bold and controlled the horse without stagnation, what gave him such confidence and fearlessness? Going back along the corridor, Li Hongyuan went ashore and landed on the men's side. He slid off the horse, and the horse trotted a few steps before stopping. Compared with Li Hongyuan's refreshed look, the horse was a little breathless. Prince Consort Jiang was so distressed that he hurriedly asked someone to take the horse back to take care of it. Li Hongyuan's riding skills were beyond doubt, but according to his way of playing, few horses could last him for a long time. Did this performance pass? It was more than pass. She might not see it a second time in her life. Those who thought that their riding skills were excellent would probably not dare to brag about it in the future. However, should she give Li Hongyuan a reward? Great Elder Princess gritted her teeth and said that she shouldn't even think about it. It was good enough that she didn't ask him for compensation for destroying the things in her mansion. As for this reward, Jingwan wouldn't want it, but Ruan Fangfei wanted it. She didn't care about what it was, but cared about its relationship with Li Hongyuan. Unfortunately, she couldn't ask for it. However, after such an experience, no one remembered that Ruan Fangfei was a poet. In the past, it had already been spread all over the country. Even some old adults might praise it. If the limelight had been stolen by others, she might have bitten the other party to death in her heart, or think of a way to get it back after the event. However, it was Li Honyuan. Not only did she not hate him, but her whole heart was fluttering. Anyway, he would be hers, so it didn't matter. There were 8 rewards before, and now there were still 8 rewards. Then they continued, "Master, it's time for the banquet." It turned out that she was so happy that she forgot the time. Great Elder Princess made the decision to continue the banquet the next day. As for the opera after the banquet, it was all cancelled. Great Elder Princess was the birthday girl today. She was originally the eldest, so Prince Consort Jiang couldn't do anything. Great Elder Princess had already said that if they couldn't take all 8 rewards in the first round, the second round would be held. If they couldn't take all 8 rewards in the second round, the group of young masters were all very depressed. If they were asked to choose what they were good at like Prince Jean, it wouldn't take long for them to divide all the rewards, let alone 8. Unfortunately, when it came to Great Elder Princess, they still had to follow the rules obediently. Prince Jean was the only one, so there was no way to imitate him. Before taking the banquet, Jingwan went to Madame Luo and asked, "Grandma, where's fourth sister?" "I've found her. Now she's in the guest courtyard of Great Elder Princess's mansion. I'll ask someone to keep an eye on her." Jingwan nodded. If she rushed out of Great Elder Princess's mansion with a pig's head, she would be criticized by others. She might even offend Great Elder Princess. "Granddaughter, go and see her." Old Madame Luo nodded. She knew that Jingwan had a good temper, but she was definitely not the type to repay evil with good. It was normal for Jingwan to want to teach her a lesson because of what Jingwan had done. She knew that Jingwan would do things with discretion, so she didn't need to remind her. Jingwan found the place where Luo Jingying was. Her 2 maids and wet nurse were outside the door. When they saw Jingwan, they almost shrank into a ball. Luo Jingying's condition was worse than she had expected. Perhaps because she was disobedient, her grandma directly ordered people to tie her up and gag her. Her red and swollen face was exposed. Seeing Jingwan, Luo Jingying, who had been quiet, went crazy again. She stood up and wanted to hit Jingwan. However, the 2 old maids left by Madame Luo were not to be trifled with. They quickly held her down and forced her to sit back. Luo Jingying stared at Jingwan. Her hatred was almost tangible. She kept murmuring to Jingwan. Jingwan looked at her calmly and even reached out to touch her face. This time, her grandma probably really wanted to punish her severely. It had been so long, but she hadn't asked anyone to apply medicine to her face. Luo Jingying wanted to turn her head away. Unfortunately, before Jingwan could do anything, an old maid pinched her neck and forced her to turn her head. If her eyes could kill, the old maid would have been stabbed into meat paste. However, the old maid didn't care. On the one hand, she probably wanted to please Jingwan. On the other hand, she probably wanted to vent her resentment. It was not easy for them to come to Great Elder Princess's mansion. However, because of this girl, they had to stay here instead of watching the fun outside. Apart from other things, they could see so many noble people, which was enough for them to go back and show off for a long time. Now, if they were asked, they couldn't give a good explanation. How shameful it would be. Because Jingwan's fingers were still bandaged, they were naturally not as smooth as her fingers. She rubbed Luo Jingying's face back and forth, making Luo Jingying roar even more fiercely. "Do you know what you look like now? Go get a basin of water and let our fourth miss look at herself. She can see more clearly than a bronze mirror." Since Luo Jingying always made trouble for her fourth miss, Jingwan's maids were naturally very angry. At this moment, they were very active in getting water. They moved a stool and put the basin of water in front of Luo Jingying. In order to prevent her from kicking over the basin, the old maid simply tied her feet to the legs of the chair. Jingwan didn't agree with this method. However, if this person was Luo Jingying, she just looked at her coldly. Jingwan pointed at the basin of water and said, "Look at yourself." Seeing that she still straightened her neck, and stared at Jingwan fiercely, the old maid said, "It's probably inconvenient for 4th Mississippi helper." Without hesitation, the old maid held her head and pressed it above the basin of water. Even if Luo Jingying didn't want to see it, her swollen face was reflected in her eyes at the first moment. Luo Jingying knew that her face was terrible, but she didn't expect it to be so terrible. Like many other girls, she valued her face more than her life. Now she looked like this. Luo Jingying widened her eyes and even couldn't believe that it was her. She began to struggle desperately, trying to overturn the basin of water. Unfortunately, you know better than me what kind of person Li Ruyu is. When you went to find her, you should have thought of the possibility of being bitten by her. Even if you wanted to set me up, there are so many princesses and ladies with much higher status than me. Why did you have to find her? Of course, she has an advantage over others. She has a small conflict with me, so it's easier for you to sow discord. In fact, there was probably another reason that Li Ruyu was reckless and brainless. Jingwan knew that, so did Luo Jingying. However, it was difficult to control this kind of person who did everything according to her own preferences. The others are different. They may be tempted, but they won't do anything impolite. They are more likely to exchange benefits with me. Maybe they can use this opportunity to get closer to me. This is not what you want to see. Speaking of which, your ultimate goal is undoubtedly the secret formula in my hands. Actually, if you were more patient and slowly plotted, I would have taken out the formula in my hands sooner or later. After all, Sister Jia and the others are also using it. It's only a matter of time before they find out. They are of noble status, so it's impossible for me not to give it to them. To me, it doesn't matter if it's one person or a group of people. As long as it's an outsider, it doesn't make a difference. That's why I'm curious. What made you so angry and impatient that you used such a simple and crude method? You didn't even try to hide your true intentions. Third Aunt definitely didn't teach you to do this. Tell me, if Third Aunt finds out about this, will she die of anger? You've ruined her heroic reputation. Jingwan leisurely sat down beside her and tilted her head to look at her. Also, if you set up your sisters so brazenly when you go back, it won't be as simple as being locked up. Even though you knew this, you still did it without hesitation. Are you really going crazy because you want to harm me? Or are you confident that you can escape punishment? Luo Jingying kept murmuring to Jingwan, "I know you won't tell me. I was just asking and didn't want an answer, so I didn't intend to let you go. At least you can let me have some peace by doing this. Let me do it. In fact, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, how could I play the zither?" Jingwan said and looked at her fingers. "Although it's a little tragic, I became famous after playing the zither, won the applause of the audience, won the favor of great elder princess, and then the grand occasion that you don't know later. Now, few of the nobles in the capital city will forget me. Look, it's all because of you." Jingwan sighed softly. "Alas, in fact, fourth sister likes me the most. You paved the way for me with your face. Otherwise, at this time, I'm afraid that I'm still sitting in the corner unknown. Tell me, how should I repay you?" Jingwan's maidservant covered her mouth as her shoulders trembled. Her family's young miss was really too bad. Whenever fourth young miss was in pain, she would poke her there. However, her family's young miss was so bad that it was not annoying at all. It was all fourth young miss's fault in the first place. Her family's young miss had always been kind to others. There were so many sisters in the Fu, and her young miss was not good to any of them. Only fourth young miss, who only knew how to blame others and never saw her own fault. She always saw others not treating her well. Jingwan glanced at the two of them. The two of them quickly retracted their smiles and stood properly. Luo Jingying had never hated Luo Jingwan so much. She thought, this B*TCH, B*TCH, B*TCH. Her mother was right. This B*TCH was born to be her jinx. As long as this B*TCH was alive, she would not have a good life. Didn't she know what was going on outside? Didn't she know that Jingwan had caused a storm? She knew that these two damn cheese would take turns to go out and then come back to tell another person what they had heard from the servants in Great Elder Princess's mansion. In fact, they were talking to her. Luo Jingwan was so glamorous, so intelligent, and so likable. She had fought for opportunities for the 10 young masters. So many people were grateful to her, and so many people wanted to marry her as their daughter-in-law, or granddaughter-in-law. The most famous girl in the capital was completely overshadowed by her. This was what Luo Jingying used to think. Time and time again, she dreamed of standing at the highest position, being favored by the nobles, pursued by all the young masters, and carefully protected by them. She was envied by all the other noble ladies, and all of them tried to curry favor with her and flatter her. She could decide the life and death of others with just one word. She laughed very happily, but when she woke up, the lonely little courtyard made her want to go crazy. She studied hard and learned a lot of things step by step. In a few years, she gained a little reputation in the capital city. Even if she didn't want to admit it, her reputation was actually only in the middle and lower classes. She couldn't even touch the threshold of the highest circle in the capital city. Luo Jingwan, on the other hand, did not know anything. She was just a slut who worked with mud and raised flowers. She had only been in the capital for a month, but she had already hooked up with someone whom she could not even hook up with no matter how hard she tried. However, that person's face was disfigured very quickly. See, Luo Jingwan was her nemesis. She was so happy, and she was even happier because she would soon be able to enter Prince Rui's mansion. However, this good mood did not last long. Not only did she fail to scheme against Luo Jingwan, but she had also gotten herself into deep trouble. In just a short period of time, this slut had soared into the sky and achieved something that others could not achieve in a few years or even a lifetime. All these were the opportunities she created for her. The opportunities she created. This glory should have belonged to him. Luo Jingying roared at Jingwan, and her eyes were bloodshot, like a beast who was about to lose its mind. Seeing her like this, even her own maidservant and wet nurse, who were peeking outside the door, were shocked. How did their miss turn into such a demon-like appearance? Jingwan looked at her calmly. Once a person went crazy, she couldn't be called a person anymore. People like Luo Jingying were hopeless unless she really sobered up. Jingwan didn't intend to do anything to her. Her grandmother would deal with her. She didn't want to dirty her hands. Now it was enough to provoke her. By the way, when she went back, she would tell concubine Juan of the third branch that the drum was guarded and not anyone could beat it. If her third uncle really divorced his wife, even if she couldn't be the legal wife, she could make the third branch have no mistress in the backyard. Fourth miss is not well now. You take good care of her. There are many noble people in Great Elder Princess's mansion. Don't offend them. Yes, third miss, don't worry. We will take good care of fourth Mississippi, Jingwan nodded, and then looked at Luo Jingying. If a girl is known to be crazy, what do you think the consequences will be? So, Luo Jingying, sober up and don't do stupid things. She reached out and pulled the cloth from her mouth. If a girl went crazy, her family had a reason to lock her up for life. Even if she looked normal, no one would come to her house to marry her. Who wouldn't worry about marrying a crazy girl who might go crazy at any time? Luo Jingying bit the tip of her tongue until it bled, and then she restrained herself from roaring out. Watching Jingwan walk out of the door, she gnashed her teeth and cursed in a low voice, "Luo Jingwan, you bitch. You will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death." Her words were like a gust of wind, gently blowing past Jingwan's ears. After a while, they would not leave any trace. Jingwan stood outside the door and looked at the three servants who served Luo Jingying. The three of you failed to protect your master, so you are demoted to be rough maids. When you go back, go to the outer yard to do the cleaning. To be able to serve their master, of course, they wouldn't be idiots who couldn't understand. Although, on the surface, she was demoting them, in fact, she was saving them. If Jingwan didn't punish them, then according to Madame Lu's character, they would be beaten to death or directly sold. The 3 servants hurriedly knelt down. "We are willing to be punished. We are willing to be punished." Jingwan saved them out of sincerity. However, in Luo Jingying's eyes, she was pretending to be a good person and even bribed the people around her. So, Jingwan wanted to tell her in front of her, "I did it. What are you going to do about it? If you want to scold me, then scold me. What else can you do aside from scolding me?" Anyway, as long as these 3 servants were smart, they would quickly go to the outer yard without waiting for her third aunt to free up her hands. Then, Mrs. Lu could only watch helplessly. After all, she was not the master of the inner yard, nor was she the daughter-in-law of the household. At most, she could manage the people and things in her own yard. She had no right to intervene in other places. After leaving the guest courtyard, Jingwan saw son Ijia waiting there. She smiled. "Sister Jia, why are you here? Aren't I waiting for you to come together? Have you dealt with it?" She looked inside as if she was referring to something. "There's nothing to deal with. I just said a few words." Son Ijia had seen the power of Sister Wan's words. Usually, she was good, but in special situations, the people she targeted could only pray for themselves. For a formal banquet, the female guest table was naturally in the inner yard, and the male guest table was in the outer yard. The guest courtyard for the female guests was naturally in the inner yard, and it wasn't particularly far from here. It must be said that this banquet wasn't something that could be held, and when one said so, the delay wasn't a big deal. The 2 of them chatted and laughed as they walked. Then, Jingwan was intercepted again on the way. Although one of the people who intercepted her was a maidservant that she didn't recognize. The other was Luo Peishan's manservant. "Third young lady, Master is looking for you to go to the outer yard. Are you sure that grandfather is looking for me?" It wasn't that Jingwan suspected anything, but that her grandfather wouldn't look for her during a meal. That manservant smiled. "As expected, I can't hide it from third young lady. Actually, it's Grand Secretary Jiang and Prince Consort Jiang." All right, Jingwan understood. They couldn't wait any longer. Forget it, she could understand their feelings. "All right, then I'll go over. Sister Jia, what about you? Do you want to come with me?" "I won't go. With you around, I'll only be left out, so I won't go." "All right, then go take your seat, my future sister-in-law," Jingwan replied with a smile. Son Ijia was embarrassed and angry. She was so angry that she wanted to pinch her. "You really don't lose out at all with that mouth of yours." Jingwan dodged her evil claws and left without looking back. To avoid clashing with other people, Jingwan was directly led to Prince Consort Jiang's outer study. All right, the people waiting here were not only her grandfather, but also the 2 people that the manservant mentioned. Other than Lord Duwu, there was also the Grand Secretary, Ruan Ruizhong. Because someone in Jiang Ji's family was related to Prince Rui's family by marriage, he was tacitly considered to be part of Prince Rui's family. In fact, he was a relatively neutral person. Apart from his duties, he didn't like to meddle in other people's business. When he had nothing to do, he would play the zither, study the zither scores, drink with his old friends, and occasionally take the birdcage out for a walk after a break. Therefore, it could be said that the people gathered here, including Prince Consort Jiang, who had no authority, were all neutral people. Jingwan greeted them one by one. Among these people, other than Prince Consort Jiang, they were all in high positions and had accumulated a lot of power. Even Prince Consort Jiang was used to dealing with influential people, so the aura on his body was naturally extraordinary. If a normal young lady saw this for the first time, they would be a bit scared and trembling. Even those princesses and infanta were the same. However, Jingwan wasn't like that. She was well-behaved and had a natural expression. She stood upright with her eyes slightly lowered. Whether this was an act or if it was real, it naturally couldn't be hidden from this group of old people who had become shrewd. They nodded slightly with some praise. To say something disgraceful, this young lady, even if she was the empress who was the mother of the world, she didn't need to train and adapt. She could sit steadily and maintain her composure at the fastest speed. Grand Secretary Ruan sighed a bit. She originally thought that her youngest daughter of the first wife was already at the top of her age. Now, it seemed that she was still far from it. People of their status and age naturally wouldn't judge a person based on talent. Think about it. Jingwan had already reached the height of being the mother of the world in their eyes. Naturally, there was nothing to nitpick about. Grand Secretary Zhang's gaze landed on Jingwan's hand. Although half of it was covered by her sleeve, it could still be seen. He frowned with some displeasure. "You hurt your hand? This hand is the most important for a zither player. How could you be so careless?" Replying to my lord, my daughter accidentally entered the realm today, which resulted in this result. In reality, my daughter's zither skills haven't reached that level yet. Naturally, I will be more careful in the future. Grand Secretary Zhang's brows then relaxed. That zither isn't suitable for you. When you practice, change to a more suitable one. Yes, my daughter will remember my lord's teachings. Rinxuan, she's still a young lady. Don't be so serious. Be careful not to scare her. This young lady's music is amazing. Who knows? She might even become your close friend. Ruan Ruiz Hong smiled and said, "I forgot that the Grand Secretary has a daughter around the same age. It seems that the Grand Secretary is used to being a loving father and is especially protective of young ladies around the same age. It's hard to say whether they'll become close friends or not. In such matters, the one who reaches the top is the first. If fate allows it in the future, it's not impossible to have such a young friend." Jingwan smiled. Although Grand Secretary Zhang's words and actions were a bit reserved and cold, he was a rare, open-minded, and straightforward person. To be able to sit in the position of Grand Secretary in the inner pavilion, the Zhang family must have put in a lot of effort. If my granddaughter has nothing to do, just take care of the flowers. Don't do things like playing the zither that will hurt your hand. When Luo Peishan knew that Jingwan had hurt her hand, his heart ached. Therefore, it was better for her to not play the zither in the future. She should take care of the flowers and draw a few strokes when she had nothing to do. When she was bored, she should read the newspaper. Otherwise, she could chat with her grandfather about her experiences in taking care of flowers. Grand Secretary Zhang looked at Luo Peishan and frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Prince Consort Zhang immediately stood up. This uncle of his was obsessed with the zither and would not allow anyone to say anything bad about him. "Miss Luo's hand is injured. I'm afraid she won't be able to copy it. Does the Luo family have this music score?" The music score is in Qi, Han Prefecture, and was not brought to the capital. The injury is not serious and will not affect it much. The fingers are connected to the heart. Let's talk about it after your injury is healed. Although Grand Secretary Zhang was eager to get the music score, he could not be unreasonable. "Rest assured, my lord, it's really not serious." It could only be said that Jingwan's medicine was miraculous. The most painful moment had passed, and she did not feel much pain now. "My daughter can write it down now." "You really won't force it?" "I won't force it." "Okay, then write it down now." Grand Secretary Zhang's tone had a trace of eagerness. The others smiled, but did not say anything. At this moment, the servants were all outside. Prince Consort Zhang was very active in grinding. Jingwan was slightly stunned. Well, there was no need to be so anxious. After all, he was the prince consort of great elder princess. Grinding for a little girl like her would shorten his life. Grand Secretary Zhang scolded and called his servant in. Seeing Jingwan's puzzled eyes, Prince Consort Zhang also felt a little embarrassed. Lord Diwu snorted and said, "Little girl, why do you think Prince Consort Zhang is so anxious?" "It's because he wants to get the 18 scholars as soon as possible. He just wants to finish the matter of the music score as soon as possible. After all, Grand Secretary Zhang is an elder. Since he got the news, he has been restless and can't wait to get the treasure as soon as possible. At this moment, he probably wants to discuss with you and ask his men to go directly to the Luo family to get the treasure." When Jingwan gave out a pot of 18 scholars, Luo Peishan felt distressed, while Lord Diwu was indignant. He obviously found it first, but now it was going to fall into the hands of others. Prince Consort Jiang did not deny it. It seemed that he really had this idea. After the banquet, I may have to go back to the Luo family for something. I will bring the flowers here. Prince Consort Jiang heard that Jingwan was going to the Luo family for him. This little girl was really considerate. It was said that those pots of treasures were raised in this girl's courtyard. It couldn't be better if she could go back and get them herself. Moreover, they were planted by this girl. She definitely knew better than anyone how to protect the flowers in the best condition. Grand Secretary Jiang only wanted to slap him for his virtue, but there were so many people, so he still wanted to save some face for him. Jingwan held the brush. Although the pain intensified, it did not affect her much. She first wrote 4 words, ambush from all sides. Ambush from all sides? Is this the name of the zither piece? Jingwan nodded. Then she wrote from memory and told Grand Secretary Jiang what Great Elder Princess said. Grand Secretary Jiang immediately became excited. Sure enough, Elder Jiang became excited in an instant. Great Elder Princess is right. This song is very likely to be that song. Good, it's really great. Although this song is a pipa song, I've always wanted to listen to it and then change it into a zither song. I've been looking for it all these years, but it's nowhere to be found. I didn't expect that I would suddenly see it today. It's true that I've searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Jingwan laughed. If a piece of music could really make an old man so happy, it was worth it. Moreover, according to Grand Secretary Jiang's character, he would definitely spread this piece of music. She came here from another world and also spread it widely. She should not be wrong. She handed the 2 pieces of music to Grand Secretary Jiang. Grand Secretary Jiang held them in his hands as if he had received a treasure. His smile was like that of a child who had received candy. After this matter was over, they could talk about other things. What else could they do except for flowers? When they were about to speak, Prince Consort Jiang's servant's voice sounded from outside the door. Prince Consort, His Majesty's Imperial Edict has arrived. They were all used to receiving imperial edicts, so the people in the study were all calm. Luo Peishan told Jingwan a few words, and then Prince Consort Jiang asked someone to take her away. All the people in the mansion had to be present. Jingwan joined the group of female guests from the side. The imperial edict was a reward for Great Elder Princess. However, the eunuch also brought an oral edict. More or less, that evil spawn of a son of this emperor was indeed a person without good fortune. It was really a happy thing that Sun Yijia was safe and sound. The wedding date did not need to be postponed. Sun Yijia was supposed to get married on the same day as before. The place where she would settle down at the end would just be changed. Well, there would basically be no more mistakes in this matter. Except that the Luo family would be very busy. There was nothing else. https://www.bicken.com/11/11807/6652996. HTML. Please click here to report. Registration is not required. We will deal with it as soon as possible. After reporting, please wait patiently and refresh the page. Please remember the domain name of this book, www.bicken.com. The mobile version of Biku Pavilion reading website, mbicken.com. Chapter 103. However, there were also people who sighed that Jin Qinhuang's action was fast enough. This person was still in Great Elder Princess's residence, and the other side had already reported to Lu Qingdi. He really disliked Sun Yijia from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, why would he be so proactive? Because it was his younger sister's birthday. Lu Qingdi specially gave all the officials a day off. If they were all happy, he could also have a day of fun. Therefore, Lu Qingdi wanted to let his younger sister celebrate her birthday without restraint. He also wanted to use this opportunity to slack off. Throughout the year, except for the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month at the end of the year. He was basically idle until the 15th day of the next year. There was no day when he was not busy. The officials had a break from time to time, but he, as the emperor, had to work hard every day. Even if he did not go to court, he had to read memorials and deal with political affairs. He originally thought that he could steal half a day of leisure, but in the end, something happened. This daughter-in-law, who had not married into the family, was gone. However, it was just like Li Honyuan. Lu Qingdi had long been used to it. Fortunately, this prospective daughter-in-law was not as miserable as the previous ones. If she could get married peacefully, it would be a good sign. Therefore, it was better not to change the time of marriage. In fact, if possible, Lu Qingdi hoped that Sun Yijia would get married tomorrow. Unfortunately, even if he was the emperor, he could not do such a thing. Lu Qingdi hugged imperial concubine Su and sighed. When could he see his sixth daughter-in-law? Imperial concubine Su comforted him. Wasn't there a side concubine about to enter the family? Even if a side concubine is on the imperial jade plate, she is only a concubine. How can she be regarded as a daughter-in-law? This unintentional sentence fiercely stabbed imperial concubine Su's heart. A side concubine of a prince was not a prince's daughter-in-law. The emperor's concubines, except for the empress, were naturally not the emperor's daughter-in-law. No matter how nice it was to be praised by the world, in fact, they were still concubines. The only difference was that they were divided into different grades. Then it's better for Yuan to directly marry that girl of the Ruan family as his legal wife. The Grand Secretary may be happier in his heart. Lu Qingdi was slightly conflicted, but he still told imperial concubine Su the truth. There's a problem with that girl's fate. If she enters the imperial family, she can't be the wife of the first wife. Otherwise, it will bring disaster. According to their ages, Old Ninth and Old Tenth can actually choose her as their first consort. When you guys first proposed it, I also rejected it because of this. Imperial concubine Su was shocked. Your Majesty, are you serious? Which great master said that? Master Liaochen. I don't remember the exact year, but it was when I went to the White Dragon Temple to burn incense. I asked Minister Ruan to accompany me, and he brought his youngest daughter with him. At that time, Master Liaochen told me. Speaking of which, I was indeed muddle-headed a few days ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let her enter the imperial family. Today, I'm really happy that it was this girl who got into trouble. On that day, what else did Lu Qingdi remember other than a dead man? Noble consort, Su even had the urge to vomit blood. If they had hidden it for so long, then the various schemes they had made to win over Elder Ruan in the past few years had actually been smashed to death by Emperor Lu Qingdi from the very beginning. Had they only schemed against Ruan Fangfei's marriage once or twice? Definitely not. However, they had always been defeated by Emperor Lu Qingdi in the end. Each time, they had gnashed their teeth in hatred, thinking that it was another enemy's doing. In reality, it wasn't. Why didn't Your Majesty say so earlier? Was he deliberately playing with them? Because Master Liaochen said that before that girl's marriage was confirmed, it wasn't appropriate to announce it for fear of causing trouble. In fact, according to Master Liaochen's suggestion, it was better to keep her away from the imperial family. Speaking of now, she hasn't entered Old Sixth's residence yet, and Old Sixth has that kind of fate. I'm worried that something will happen to her. How could this be? Noble consort, Su was in disbelief. How could such a good girl have such a strange fate? Because it was Master Liaochen who said it, noble consort Su never doubted the authenticity of this matter. Beloved consort, it's best to keep this matter a secret for now. If she can enter the residence safely, that would be the best. If something happens again, then there's nothing we can do. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Did Li Honyuan know about Ruan Fangfei's strange fate? Of course he did. It probably had something to do with him. In fact, Master Liaochen had diagnosed this fate the year Ruan Fangfei met Li Honyuan for the first time. Because of her stubbornness towards Li Honyuan, if she married someone else from imperial family, the members of the imperial family would still frequently interact with each other. Do you think she would know her place? It was better to stop dreaming. If she did, then trouble was inevitable. The imperial family usually didn't have a concubine appear before the main wife. As a concubine, she couldn't enter the palace without announcing it. If she entered the palace, she would usually be by the side of the main wife. That way, there would be fewer chances for her to cause trouble. Of course, it was best to keep her away from the imperial family, or rather, from Li Hongyuan. When she was so far away that she couldn't reach out to him, then she would probably stop. Li Hongyuan knew this. So why did he keep her? Because at certain times, this person was really useful. Li Hongyuan's goal in this life was very clear. In terms of power, he either wanted to become the emperor, or he wanted to be the uncrowned king. In terms of his wife, he only had one goal, and that was Jingwan. Other than her, he wouldn't let anyone else sit in this position, even if it was just a decoration. In the future, he wouldn't let Jingwan sit in this position. He knew very well that Jingwan didn't want to be a concubine, nor did she want to be a second wife. Moreover, the second wife was originally inferior to the first wife. How could he let another woman climb over Wan's head? Just in terms of status wasn't enough. However, there was an age gap of 8 years between him and Jingwan. She had to be at least 14 years old before she could marry him. According to the situation in his previous life, Jingwan would only enter the capital at this time. Because before that, Li Hongyuan didn't think that Jingwan might have a special background. He didn't want to disrupt her growth trajectory and grow into someone he was unfamiliar with because of the change of environment. Therefore, when he could marry her, she would be at least 15 or 16 years old, and he would be 23 or 24 years old. At 16 years old, he could already marry a wife. In the middle of 7 or 8 years, he couldn't keep delaying his marriage. Noble consort Su wouldn't allow it, and Emperor Lu Chengdi wouldn't allow it. He also had to find excuses. After delaying it for 7 or 8 years, if he suddenly wanted to marry a woman with a big difference in status, anyone would think that there was a problem. That would bring trouble to Jingwan. The best way was for them to choose someone for her or grant her a marriage. Then he would accept it and make them disappear one by one. Don't say that those women were innocent. There were too many innocent women in the world. As for those who were truly innocent, it wasn't that he couldn't give them a way out. It wasn't that he was kind. It was just that he wanted to accumulate good fortune for Jingwan. After all, he was the main culprit of their misfortune, but Jingwan was actually the cause. He didn't care whether he would get retribution or not, but he didn't want Jingwan to have to bear these inexplicable grievances. Not long after Li Hongyuan established his residence, he had his first fiancée. She was someone chosen by noble consort Su. She was from noble consort Su's maiden family. This woman was also his consort in his previous life. He had said before that noble consort Su didn't treat him badly except for 1 or 2 things. The woman she chose was the same. He married her at the age of 18. Until he was 24, this woman was devoted to him wholeheartedly. Until some cruel truths were uncovered, he was forced to leave the capital for a year. What he experienced during this time was really hard to describe. However, all of the suffering was because he met and truly understood the best woman in the world. He didn't care about those things. After he returned, the first thing he did was to strangle his consort to death. In this life, 3 months after his engagement with that woman, she suddenly died in a dark alley during the Lantern Festival. She had been humiliated to death. Her death was tragic. From head to toe, there was not a single part of her body that was intact. Half a year later, noble consort Su chose a second person for him. It was a woman who had nothing to do with him in his previous life. In fact, she had married well in her previous life and lived a good life. Li Hongyuan let her fall off a cliff to her death, but in reality, he had secretly sent her away. A year later, when he was 18, noble consort Su chose a third person for him. This time, when he was about to make a move, someone made a move before him. It was a young girl. She was innocent and kind. She was only 12 years old, but she didn't care about his increasingly bad reputation and frequently appeared in front of him. With his previous life's experience, he knew that this young girl couldn't be underestimated. His third fiancée had already met with an accident. His reputation as a jinx to his wife was basically set. Noble consort Sue felt sorry for him. She was always worried that he didn't have a proper person to take care of him. She coaxed and pestered Luchingdi. This time, she directly bestowed a marriage to a woman from a good family. In less than a month, another accident happened. She didn't die, but was seriously injured and disabled. Fifth, her innocence was ruined, and she committed suicide by hanging herself. Sixth, when she went out on a rainy day, she fell into a pond and drowned. Seventh, Sun Ija, if he personally arranged to get rid of every one of them, not only would it be tiring, but he might also be careless and be noticed by others. However, it was different if he had someone to help him. He only needed to make a move at certain times. For example, before Sun Ija was lured into the small building, he would remove the knockout drug that Ruan Fangfei put on him. Then, he would lure Luo Jinghua over to marry him. That would be enough. Why did he want Ruan Fangfei to be his prospective secondary consort? She was no longer young. Instead of letting her scheme against him, it was better to let him take the initiative from the beginning. He knew that she would make a move against Sun Ija. If she didn't have the status of prospective secondary consort after getting rid of Sun Ija, she would naturally take the position of prospective consort. His imperial father wouldn't allow it. Then, he didn't know what she would do. Instead, it was better to let her be a little more obedient. After he arranged everything around Wanwan and got rid of all the unstable factors, it would be time to deal with Ruan Fangfei, because he didn't need an eighth, meaningless fiancé. If it wasn't for Wanwan's status being too low, he naturally wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. However, Wanwan's status was getting higher and higher. Of course, these were all added to her, so there were still things that needed to be done. He had already cursed his wife to the point that he couldn't remarry. Now he just had to wait for her. Your Imperial Majesty, why don't you let Yuan or carry her back to the residence as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble? We also want to, but that vile spawn isn't willing. Previously, he sent someone to delay the time for Ruan Fangfei to enter the residence. He said that even if he really can't get a wife in his lifetime, he shouldn't act like he won't let go once he catches a woman. It's too ugly. He said that it's not like he doesn't have anyone to warm his bed and serve him. He also said that as his mother, you don't have to worry about him. How could the other princes be so vexed? The matter was decided by their parents. As sons, they only needed to obediently follow their parents' orders. No one dared to disobey. Li Honyuan couldn't do it. If he didn't agree and you acted on your own initiative, you would be able to cause trouble later on. Lu Qingdi had already learned a lesson from Sun Ija. If it happened again, that vile spawn wouldn't let it go so easily. It was better to let him do as he wished and avoid making himself suffer. Noble consort Su sighed. All right, don't worry about that vile spawn. Let nature take its course. If it really doesn't work, let him adopt a son in the future. In any case, he was already mentally prepared for that vile spawn to be a bachelor for the rest of his life. As for why he even wanted to adopt a son, Li Hongyuan's reason was also self-righteous. He himself didn't care about the identity of the woman who warmed his bed, but his son's mother couldn't have that kind of birth. At the very least, she had to be legitimate. No matter how low her status was, she had to be a legitimate woman of official birth. In a situation similar to the loyal Wang Fei, he didn't have to do anything. He just killed the person first. These years, there were so many women who came and went by his side, but there wasn't the slightest bit of news. This time, noble consort Su was surprisingly silent. She also didn't say that she would directly choose 2 women of official families and directly carry them into Jin Qinhuang, Fu regardless of whether the officials would agree or not. Although in the imperial family, there was a rule that the first wife couldn't enter the imperial family, and the concubines couldn't enter the imperial family. special circumstances could also be handled differently. Li Hongyuan cursed his wife to that extent, so naturally, it should be considered a special circumstance. In the first few years, noble consort Su refused to admit that her son was special. Later on, she finally thought it through. However, just as there was a bit of news, the engagement of the women of official families in the capital was like a tide. With such obvious disdain as a parent who wouldn't be angry, who wouldn't be cold-hearted. On the contrary, there were those who took the initiative to bring it up. Noble consort Su felt that they were so proactive. Everyone was well aware of the reason. This kind of person, Ben Gong doesn't want all of them scram. Due to many reasons, the matter of preparing a concubine had not been completed. However, according to Li Hongyuan's virtue, if he really got such a woman, he could make a reputation of cursing all his wives and concubines. Only those who were casually played with by him would not be cursed by him. Damn, this was the biggest weirdo in the world. Anyway, in order to prevent any woman with a title from appearing around him, Li Hongyuan would do anything. Every time he thought about this kind of thing, he would put a debt on Jingwan and make it up to her. Therefore, Jingwan was completely unaware that she was in debt. If she knew it one day in the future, what kind of expression would she have? The imperial edict had arrived, and the banquet was almost ready. As for those old officials who had not reached the goal, they could only wring their hands a little at this moment. It was inappropriate for them to call Jingwan back. However, after the 18th scholar moved to Great Elder Princess's mansion, they would take the opportunity to have a good look. According to Diwu Taiching, the 18th scholar was in very good condition, and the other plants in the capital city could not be compared with it. Diwu Taiching's endless description of other plants tickled their hearts. Then they saw that Luo Peishan was so complacent that they just wanted to beat him up. What was there to be complacent about? Before his granddaughter moved to the capital city, he had no chance to show off in front of them. How could an old man like him have the nerve to be complacent because of his granddaughter? Luo Shangshu, Lord Luo, patted his chest and told them that he was complacent. What? As Diwu Taiching said before, the girl's surname was Luo, and she belonged to his family. Other families could not have her even if they wanted her. Luo Shangshu said that he was in a very good mood. With his hands clasped behind his back, he hummed a tune and was about to go crazy. Today, he finally vented his anger. In the past, it was he who coveted their things. Now in the future, humph, humph, humph. Except for Luo Peishan, Elder Jiang was probably the only one who was in a good mood. Compared with his usual solemn and reserved manner, he was now smiling and a little eager. He kept humming, which was similar to Lord Luo's. If it were not for the fact that this was Great Elder Princess's birthday banquet, he might have gone back to his mansion and concentrated on studying his music score. However, it seemed that he would not stay after the banquet. The other people did not have any conflict of interest with him, so it did not matter. Jingwan did not see it either. If she saw it, she would probably laugh. These old officials were really cute. The matter had been completely settled. Although Sun Yijia tried her best to endure it, how could Jingwan, who was walking beside her, not feel her uncontrollable excitement? If it was said that these unmarried girls were able to fulfill their wishes in marriage, there was probably nothing that was more worth being happy about. Sister Jia, are you very happy? Jingwan leaned close to her ear and whispered with a smile. How could Sun Yijia not know that she was being teased? What are you talking about? Then you are not happy? You are not willing to marry my brother? Jingwan deliberately raised her eyebrows. Aye. Sun Yijia was embarrassed and anxious. She was very happy, but how could she say it out loud? However, if she did not say it out loud, she was worried that Jingwan would misunderstand that she disliked her brother. For a moment, she was so anxious that her face turned red. If it were not for the veil covering her nose, she would have attracted everyone's attention at this time. Jingwan covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her shoulders shook. If it were not for the fact that this was not the right place, she would definitely have laughed out loud. How could Sun Yijia not know that she was being teased again? For a moment, she was embarrassed and angry, but she was not really angry. Did this mean that Sister One really did not mind that she was her sister-in-law? She had already sensed it before, but she did not dare to confirm it. She encouraged herself in her heart. Sister One doesn't mind. Jingwan restrained her smile and stopped teasing her. Jokes should stop. Even if they were good friends, it was not good to go overboard. Why would I mind? Do I mind Sister Jia's face? Sun Yijia naturally knew that Sister One did not care about her face the most. For a moment, her eyes could not help but feel a little bitter. Don't cry. If you cry now, who knows what other people will say? Sun Yijia sniffled and made herself return to normal. Sai, you are crying more and more. What should I do? Forget it. I'll leave it to third brother to coax her slowly in the future. Don't you know how to control your mouth? Sometimes you are as annoying as someone. Jingwan did not hear the latter part of the sentence clearly. Sister Jia, what are you muttering about? Nothing. Looking at the harmonious atmosphere, the smile from the bottom of her heart was particularly dazzling. At the banquet, Sun Yijia gave up her original seat and sat at the same table with Jingwan. Anyway, there were not enough people, so no one said anything. It was Great Elder Princess's birthday banquet. Needless to say, there were so many dishes on the table. However, the hot dishes had long become cold dishes. Even if they were edible, these ladies in the boudoir were very reserved. Jingwan had to pretend to be polite. Therefore, no matter what kind of banquet it was, she hated it most now. It was best to eat in her own courtyard. This meal had taken more than an hour, and the male guests had probably spent even more time on it. As expected, not long after the banquet was taken away, some old people or people who had important things to do asked to leave. At this time, generally, no one would ask them to stay. Madame Luo was one of them. She had both reasons. Great Elder Princess naturally knew about the Luo Jingying. She couldn't help sighing. Why was there such a big gap between sisters in the same mansion? Great Elder Princess, I'm sorry to trouble you. Madame Luo apologized. Madame Luo, you are treating me as an outsider. Apart from other things, I like your third miss very much. If it weren't for, I would like to adopt her as my daughter. Madame Luo naturally knew Great Elder Princess's scruples. It was one thing to like her, but if she adopted her as her daughter, she would be directly related to her. Was she trying to make friends with court officials or something else? Lu Qingdi should have an idea. Great Elder Princess could be valued by Lu Qingdi for so many years because she knew how to restrain herself. Therefore, in order to maintain their friendship for a long time, she also needed to do her best to maintain it. It's this girl's honor to be favored by Great Elder Princess. Jingwan stood aside quietly and listened to them talk. Then, under the cover of Great Elder Princess, Luo Jingying was sent to the carriage. Previously, only her hands were tied, but now her whole body was tied up and her mouth was gagged tightly in order to prevent her from making trouble. When they returned to the Luo family and saw Luo Jingying being carried out, the Luo family knew that something had happened. It should be known that today, except for Madame Wang, the eldest daughter-in-law, the other 3 daughters-in-law were not allowed to go. And Luo Peishan only brought his eldest son and several grandchildren. At this moment, they all came out to greet them. The 4th daughter-in-law, Madame Wu, might feel a little regretful, but she would not think too much about it. The 2nd daughter-in-law, Madame Zhang, needless to say, did not like these occasions very much. Only the 3rd daughter-in-law, Madame Lu, did not say anything no matter how much she thought about it. Madame Luo even ignored her. Seeing her daughter's appearance at this moment, Madame Lu knew that her daughter had obviously suffered a great crime, but she was tied up like this. It was obvious that she had done something wrong. Madame Lu was angry and resentful. She thought that it was most likely that her daughter had done something stupid again. She did not dare to say anything. Even if Luo Jingying groaned at her, she could only pretend not to hear it. Seeing Luo Jingying's appearance, Luo Romping was also very angry. Although some of his anger was directed at Luo Jingying, most of it was directed at Madame Luo. Madame Luo was the bargaining chip of his glorious career, but now she was like this. But he did not dare to show any expression. He did not know that the thing between him and Prince Rue, which he thought others did not know, had already been revealed by old master Yuyao. The other people did not have any reaction. They were not interested at all. Throw Luo Jingying into the small Buddha hall and untie her. If she dares to make trouble, slap her directly. Beat her until she doesn't dare to make trouble, Madame Luo said coldly. Without even looking at Luo Jingying, Madame Luo attacked her wet nurse and maidservant. Of course, this was to help Jingwan. In Madame Luo's view, these three people were not only failing to protect their master, but also knew that their master was wrong, but they did not stop her, which was a big mistake. If it were up to her, they should be severely punished. Come with me. Wan, go do your own thing. Madame Luo went back to the main courtyard and changed into some casual clothes. During this time, they knew what Luo Jingying had done in Great Elder Princess's mansion. Madame Lu's face was expressionless. No one knew what she was thinking. Madame Zhang was very angry. Even though she was like this, she still pulled a long face in front of Madame Lu. As for Luo Rongbing's power and influence, Luo Rongyan originally disliked it. Now that his daughter was schemed against by his daughter, he did not have any good attitude toward his third brother. In my opinion, third young lady is very capable. No matter what evil people do to her, she is not affected at all. Instead, she is getting better and better. But she is also a kind person, so naturally she will be rewarded. Unlike some people who think about jealousy, hatred, and scheming all day long, they are full of evil tricks. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil, Madame Wu said with a smile while pulling her handkerchief. Well, you are good at talking. I called you here because there is a happy event. Madame Luo told them about Sunny Jia and Luo Jingbua. The wedding date is really too tight. Although Jingming is the elder brother, he can only postpone it for the time being. Second daughter-in-law, hurry up and prepare what you need to prepare. As for other things, I will arrange 2 people for you. Anyway, you have already prepared a courtyard for the wedding room. Second daughter-in-law, hurry up and send someone to find a craftsman to paint it. As for the matchmaker, your father and I will hire someone. In addition, although this Sun family's girl's face was hurt, I can't deny that she's a good girl. After she marries into the family, I don't want people to gossip and gossip. I'll leave it at that for today. If I hear something bad, don't say that this old woman doesn't have a merciful heart. You 2 branches can see if there is anything you can help with. If you don't want to help, just stay here. Don't come out and make people feel bad. It was obvious who the last sentence was meant for. Even with Madame Lu's shrewdness, she couldn't help but change her expression. Luo Rongbing's face was also very gloomy. Luo Jingying's matter was handled by Madame Luo herself. She didn't blame them as parents, so they didn't dare to mention it. Mother, don't worry. Daughter-in-law is very idle. If you and second sister-in-law need anything, just say it. If you don't have enough people, just tell the people in the 4th branch. Except for Master, who is busy with the imperial examination, you can order the others. Madame Wu said very straightforwardly. Luo Rongwei also apologized to Luo Rongyan. Mother, please tell us. Madame Lu also hurriedly said. No matter what she thought, as long as she was the daughter-in-law of the Luo family, she had to listen to her mother-in-law. Last time, because of the matter with Huan Yang, she had threatened her. If she dared to do it again, Madame Luo would definitely divorce her immediately. Luo Rongbing didn't say anything. Okay, hurry up and do your work. Almost all the people in the Luo family were busy. They had no choice. There were less than 20 days left. On the other side, Jingwan asked people to carry the 18 scholars into the carriage. In addition, she was ready to take 2 self-made beauty charts. However, when she saw Luo Jingwa's unfinished painting, she changed her mind. Sister Jia's disfigurement aside, the Luo family and Ding General Manor were far inferior in status. Luo Rongyan was only a person with an idle position. Luo Jingbua was far from being the son-in-law of Ding General Manor. However, Jingwan also wanted to let the world know that her brother was not a good-for-nothing. He had the capital to amaze everyone. Therefore, she took a few pots of well-raised flowers and trees. Although they were not precious, in Jingwan's opinion, they had enough ornamental value, as long as they were well-raised. When Jingwan returned to Great Elder Princess's mansion, a few people had been waiting there anxiously. The bustle by the lake didn't arouse their interest at all. Although Pavilion Elder Jiang was absent, there were more flower lovers, such as Minister Zhong of the Ministry of Works. Before Jingwan called people, Prince Consort Jiang had sent people to carry the 18 scholars down. It was one thing to hear about it, but another thing to see it. Even Luo Peishan, who could see it every other day at most, couldn't help but come over at this moment. It's more than good. It's simply too good. Pavilion Elder Ruan also showed some excitement and wanted to take it home. Others also praised it. The 18 scholars' flowers had been blooming one after another. Many of them had been fully bloomed, and some were half-bloom. There were also many buds. Those snow-white and smooth petals, layer upon layer, were unbelievably beautiful. "Girl, you really gave away?" Diwu Taiqing didn't give up and asked. "It's a lot. It's my compensation to Wangzhu Yuyao," Jingwan said with a smile. Prince Consort Jiang noticed Diwu Taiqing's sinister intention, so he waved his hand and asked people to carry it into the mansion quickly. As for the few pots that Jingwan added, although they were far less popular than the 18 scholars, their quality was really outstanding and also moved people's hearts. Prince Consort Jiang wanted to take them all, but unfortunately, they had already been divided up by these few people. It was still not enough, and they almost fought over it. "Little girl, it seems that you're really good at raising flowers. What's your experience? Can you tell us, old guys?" The Grand Secretary smiled very kindly. The others scolded him in their hearts. What a dirty old man, but they pricked up their ears. "I can't say that I have any experience, but my daughter has been making a collection of her own methods. It's just that I happened to meet my brother's great joy. After this period of time, the collection of beauties will be completed. If you don't mind, my daughter will ask my grandfather to bring a copy to you." Luo Peishan's hand that was stroking his beard paused. There was a ready-made collection of beauties at home, but she didn't take it out now. It seemed that his granddaughter had other intentions. Naturally, he couldn't tear down his good granddaughter's stage. Fortunately, the collection of beauties in his hands wasn't seen by Diwu Taiqing, that old bastard. Otherwise, at least a few of them would be lost. Jingwan's idea was naturally not bad. At this time, it was really the one who reached first. The things that Jingwan took out already proved this point. "Little girl, it said that your pot of tricolored peony is about to bloom, right?" "Yes, it should open in about a month's time. When the time comes, bring it out and let us old guys see it." "Okay, when it blossoms, I'll ask my grandfather to bring it out for you all to appreciate. In this official's opinion, it's better for us to visit Lord Luo together when the time comes. Such a precious flower. If it were to be moved here and there, it would be enough to make people feel distressed. They could also justifiably look at other treasures. It was because they saw these 18 scholars that they were more and more moved. Even if they couldn't take it for themselves, they had to reward it well. That's reasonable. Except for Luo Peishan, everyone nodded in agreement. How could Luo Peishan not know what these people were planning? He was so angry that his nose almost crooked. However, this group of people united was not something that he could stop alone. Jingwan looked at them and was amused. "Little girl, you go play. You don't have to accompany us. Deference is no substitute for obedience. I'll take my leave." After Jingwan left, this group of people finally revealed their true colors. In order to get closer to admire the flowers, they directly hit each other. They didn't care if your position was high or low, or if your identity was noble or important. They didn't care about your feelings. However, although they were pushing and shoving at the side, they didn't even touch the leaves of 18 scholars. It was still blooming happily. Seeing Jingwan appear, Great Elder Princess directly asked someone to bring her an embroidered stool and let her sit beside her. Has the 18 scholars moved here? Yes, they have moved here. I also want to have a look, but there must be a lot of people around it now. Well, the officials in the capital city love flowers and trees, which surprised me a little. There's nothing to be surprised about. The people in the capital just gather together, so there are more of them. The people you met today are all people who really love flowers and cherish them. There are also a lot of people who pretend to be cultured. That's a lot of them. I've learned a lot. Thinking about it, she found that it was indeed so. Well, in such a short time, 3 of the rewards have been given out. In the morning, only Sun Yilin took one of the rewards, and her share was not counted. Those 3 brats were lucky. They all drew what they were best at. In addition, they did their best for this reward. Their performance was very outstanding. Naturally, the reward was taken away. Look at this one. I'm afraid he can also take away another one. Jingwan looked carefully at the flower terrace. It was a young man with delicate features. He had changed into women's clothing, and no one would be able to tell that he was a man. Now, he was painting and was very focused on it. The child of Marquis Pingshi's mansion, born of a concubine, is not very popular. But his painting is extremely brilliant. Even our famous child Lin can't compare with him. However, even if he gets the reward, I'm afraid he can't keep it. Jingwan nodded. Although the Marquis Pingshi's mansion could benefit their descendants, it was very limited. They only had so many descendants, and they couldn't participate in the imperial examination. These people were divided into the son of a concubine and the son of a concubine. There were also those who were favored and those who were not. The outstanding son of a concubine who was not favored, the son of a concubine who was unworthy of being a stepping stone for the son of a concubine who was favored could be found everywhere. This was normal. Even if one knew about it, there was nothing one could do, unless one had the ability to reach out and help. Li Hongyuan also had a deep impression of this person. After Wan Wan's fine brushwork, painting was introduced. He was in the first batch to learn it. At the same time, he did not give up on freehand brushwork painting. At the age of 30, he became a master of both fine brushwork and freehand brushwork. His reputation was well known all over the world. It was obvious how talented he was in painting. With this opportunity, he might be able to avoid 10 years of torture, but he might not be able to make such great achievements. After all, he was a great talent in the Qi Yuan dynasty. Li Hongyuan didn't want to ruin him, so he would not do anything. If he could keep the reward, it would be his ability and his turning point. If he couldn't keep the reward, he was destined to go on the old road. The painting was completed. It was a landscape painting, which was magnificent and did not match his shy character at all. Although his painting skills were still lacking, it was very clever and might be extraordinary in the future. As Great Elder Princess said, he did take the 6th reward. After this young man got the reward, he went back and gave the purse to his father, Marquis Pingshi, without saying anything. Marquis Pingshi just said indifferently, "Well done," and put away the purse. He didn't even pretend to be angry. Others saw this but didn't say anything. After all, this was his family's business. If they said anything more, the young master might be punished when he went back. Perhaps all the good luck was in the afternoon. After that, every 2 or 3 people would take a purse. Of course, there were also some people who were punished. For example, it was offensive to ask another person to drink a jar of wine. However, if this jar of wine was given to a drunkard, it was a different story. There was good wine in Great Elder Princess's mansion. Some people walked in circles to cut 10 fruits, and that person almost cut his hand. Another person, like Li Hongyuan, drew the reward to wear women's clothes. However, he was tall and strong, with dark skin and a beard when he was in his teens. After wearing women's clothes, all the people present laughed. There was only the last reward left. However, this reward was not taken away by someone with talent. It was the eldest daughter of Great Elder Princess who knelt down and begged Great Elder Princess to leave in front of everyone. This change could be said to be beyond everyone's expectation. Great Elder Princess was so angry that she directly smashed the purse on her eldest daughter's face. "Get out of here. You are not allowed to come to Great Elder Princess's mansion in the future." Then she flicked her sleeves and left. As for the one who received the pouch, not only did she not look for her mother, who was quite angry, she even put the pouch away with a smile on her face. She seemed to be not ashamed of her actions, but proud of it. Jingwan knew that there were always some stupid people in the world. Obviously, the eldest daughter of Great Elder Princess was one of them. She didn't think that if Lu Chengdi knew how she got the purse in the end, what good would the person who took the purse to ask for the reward from Lu Chengdi get? It was supposed to be a happy thing, but it ended in such a disappointing way. Everyone was also tactful, so they all said their goodbyes one after another. Prince Consort Jiang, who was watching the flowers over there, had to come out to help them see the guests off. However, he was really worried. What if his treasure was taken away by others? And the culprit who caused all this naturally didn't make Prince Consort Jiang feel good. However, Great Elder Princess refused to come forward, so she had to let her daughters-in-law come forward. These daughters-in-law didn't want to be too involved with the court officials, so they didn't have a good family background. In this way, a big problem was exposed. They were not presentable because Great Elder Princess didn't like them. This was also the reason why Jingwan hadn't seen or heard of them for almost a whole day. Perhaps they had seen them at some time, but their presence was too weak and they were ignored. In the face of a noble lady, they were a little timid. Knowing the situation of Great Elder Princess's mansion, they naturally didn't care about it and left respectively. On the carriage back to the city, Jingwan's eyes fell on her sister, Luo Jingyu. Although this little girl was occasionally sharp, most of the time, she was still a little dull and timid. Seeing Great Elder Princess's daughters-in-law, Jingwan felt that she couldn't let her grow up like this. Otherwise, when she married into her husband's family in the future, she would not only be disliked, but also be wronged and suffered losses like those daughters-in-law. When Sister Jia married into the family, she would let her take good care of her sister. As the eldest sister-in-law, wasn't it her duty to teach her sister-in-law? Besides, if she was not free, didn't she have an etiquette instructor by her side? She could just borrow her. Nanny Gong? Nanny Gong was fine. Except for Jingwan, she didn't care about anyone else. When Jingwan left home before, the Luo mansion was still quiet. Why did it become so lively after she came back? One by one, they walked with the wind as if there were suddenly several times more people. Only then did Jingwan realize that her brother was really going to marry a wife, and the wife was her best friend. As the party concerned, she didn't have much to do. Young lady, if you want to find your husband according to what you said, you might as well spend the rest of your life in seclusion. However, when she thought of a certain king of hell who was eyeing her covetously, Granny Gong suddenly wanted to know if he could do what the young lady said. If he could do this for the young lady, then Granny Gong could even let bygones be bygones. When he came to find the young lady again, she could even open the door wide for him. A man who could spoil a woman to such an extent, no matter how bad he was in other aspects, couldn't be faulted in this aspect. Of course, to those old pedantic people, this was improper and lacking in moral integrity. Jingwan had merely taken the modern version of 3 obeys and 4 gets. She had removed the things that absolutely could not exist here and mixed in some other things. Some things might sound unbelievable and out of the ordinary, but if one were to examine it carefully, they would not be able to find anything wrong with it. In this aspect, Luo Jingbo was actually very naive. He basically didn't come into contact with these things. Usually, Luo Rongyan was also very derelict in not telling him these things. It was precisely because of this that it was convenient for Jingwan to brainwash him. His head was still dizzy, so Jingwan took him away to continue painting. Since it was brainwashing, naturally, it couldn't be done just once. In this way, Luo Jingbo was repeatedly tortured both physically and mentally by Jingwan. When Luo Jingbo left, he was a little dispirited. Everyone who saw him looked at each other in dismay. What's wrong? It wasn't good to ask a servant, but as the father, naturally wouldn't be polite. Fortunately, Luo Jinghua also knew that his younger sister's words were a little shocking, so he didn't directly say it out loud. It's nothing. It's just that your son doesn't have anything good to show, so I have to prepare some special betrothal gifts. It's a little tiring. Luo Rongyan couldn't help but laugh. You little brat, you're already so attentive even after marrying into the family. She's my future wife. We're going to spend the rest of our lives together. Shouldn't I be attentive to her? Luo Jinghua inexplicably asked back. Luo Rongyan didn't expect that there would be a day when he would be choked by his son. Therefore, Jingwan's brainwashing was a little effective. At least there was one sentence that he completely remembered. That's the person you're going to spend the rest of your life with. Parents have their own lives. They will gradually grow old and leave this world. Children will gradually grow up or marry, and then have children. Only husband and wife will be together for the longest time. After Luo Jinghua left, Mama Gong looked at Jingwan and hesitated to speak. I know what Mama Gong wants to say. A couple for the rest of their lives. He only has me in his heart, and I always think of him in my heart. I don't have any extravagant hopes for this kind of life. I won't live according to this kind of standards, and I won't go down a dead end. I just think that if there's such a couple by my side, I can live such a life with no regrets. In fact, Mama Gong had long seen that her young lady was full of expectations and longing for other people's lives, but she didn't have high expectations for herself. In this regard, she always maintained a skeptical, cautious, and rational attitude. Mama Gong felt sorry for her. Young lady, don't think like that. You'll definitely be able to live such a life. Jingwan smiled and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Li Honyuan received a message from Mama Gong. It turns out that Wanwan isn't as simple as a vinegar jar. She's also very greedy. However, what's wrong with living according to your wishes? When the Luo family was extremely busy, there were two things worth mentioning. Ruan Ruizhong brought a pot of flowers back and carefully took care of it. Ruan Fangfei felt strange, so she asked about it. After learning about its origin, it was the first time she heard her father praise another young lady. It let her taste the feeling of hearing other people's children. She really wanted to chop her up and then watch wild dogs swallow her up bite by bite. She stared at the flower with a faint expression. Lowly things would always be lowly. How could they be worthy of careful care? When the Grand Secretary was not around, a cup of hot water was poured from a root. It would probably die tomorrow morning. On the other hand, there was the matter of Sun Yijia's dowry. The status of the people she married was very different. Someone wanted to reduce her dowry, not by a few percent, but by only 10%. Even if it's only 10%, it's still much more than an ordinary girl's dowry. Sun Yibin said so. In his opinion, everything in Duke Ding's mansion belonged to him. It was comparable to God's grace to give his useless sister 10% of her dowry. Sun Yilin looked at him coldly, and Duchess Ding directly threw the teacup at him. If he hadn't dodged quickly, it would have smashed a hole in his head. Sun Yibin, let me tell you, if you dare to touch the dowry I prepared for Sun Yijia, I will expose all the disgusting things you have done. Don't tell me that we can't wash our dirty linen in public. With such an unfilial son like you, I don't care about my reputation. I'd like to see how you can be conferred the title of heir of Duke Ding's mansion when the time comes. Sun Yibin's face was livid, but this was indeed his weakness. He thought that with the previous preparations, as long as he got the memorial from his father to confer him the title of heir of Duke Ding's mansion, he would be able to become the heir of Duke Ding's mansion and take charge of it legitimately. However, he didn't expect that after the memorial was handed in, there was no reply at all. Those who patted their chests and promised to seize power for him all shrank back. Only then did he realize that it was too early for him to fall out with his family. Now, he had to be cautious. He left in a huff. When he walked to the door, he looked back and looked at Sun Yilin. I underestimated you. But let's wait and see. Humph, he thought that Sun Yilin was the one who played tricks and prevented Lu Qingdi from conferring the memorial. Sun Yilin ignored him. He would let his good brother know that the real show was yet to come. Everything he did would become more and more difficult, and more people would turn their backs on him. In fact, some of Sun Yijia's dowry should be reduced. After all, some things could be brought into the royal family, but were not suitable for the courtiers. There were also some rare treasures that had been handed down from their ancestors. They were originally forced to compensate Li Hongyuan, so they naturally couldn't take them away now. However, the rest of the dowry was enough for the daughter of Duke Ding's mansion's legal wife. In the backyard of Duke Ding's mansion, countless people tore their handkerchiefs and smashed a house full of things. A disfigured and ugly woman was married to such a person with no family background, no status, and no talent. How could she get such a heavy dowry? How could she? How could she? How could she? What was even more infuriating was that even Duke Ding didn't say anything. A few days later, Duke Ding's mansion and the royal family made the final arrangements. Then they could go through the proper etiquette with the Luo family. Because it was Duke Ding's mansion, even if the Luo family tried their best to prepare the best, it was inevitable that they would be criticized. The Luo family had a clear conscience, and Sun Yijia wouldn't care. After exchanging updates and matching their horoscopes, it was a true match made in heaven. As the time was getting closer and closer, the imperial examination in spring was in 3 or 4 days. The betrothal gifts with Duke Ding's mansion were set on the first day of the imperial examination. Luo Jinghua invited his grandfather and father to his sister's Begonia elegant residence. These days, except for when he was needed, such as when he was trying on clothes, he was completely immersed in the Begonia elegant residence. He only knew that he was preparing a special betrothal gift, but he didn't know what he was doing. When Luo Peishan and Luo Rongyan saw the completed painting, they were stunned. They had been nagging him all day long to learn fine brushwork. Some of his previous works were not as good as Jingwan's, so they were especially disdainful of them. However, this masterpiece was not inferior to Jingwan's at all. Because it was many times bigger, the difficulty increased, and it added to the grandeur. Furthermore, he had to pay more attention to the details, which made it seem better. Luo Peishan slapped Luo Jinghua on the shoulder. Good boy, very good, very good. Luo Jinghua didn't dare to take the credit alone. Most of the colors were made by my sister. Without her, it would be much inferior. It's good that you know it, so you still have to continue to study hard. Yes, grandfather, I will. Are you going to use this painting as a betrothal gift? Luo Rongyan said with some disapproval. Jinghua, do you know its real value? It's the first painting of fine brushwork. No matter how many paintings surpass it in later generations, its historical significance will never surpass it. If it is detained by Duke Ding's mansion and is not brought back by my daughter-in-law as a dowry, won't it? Jinghua, don't you always care about these things? Why are you so Philistine now? If Duke Ding's mansion dares to detain it, do they want to be scolded to death by all the scholars in the world? Besides, this fame and fortune really belong to Minya. She doesn't care, so why are you shouting? Girl, you have this idea on Great Elder Princess's birthday, right? Jinghua nodded. I just want to let the world know that it's not a loss for my brother to marry the best girl in the world. All right. You're giving face to your brother and also to that girl from the Sun family. So, boy, you must be good to your sister. Do you understand? No other sister will be so painstaking for her brother. Grandfather, my brother will remember it in his heart and won't forget it. I ask you to come with my father because I want you to help me frame it. Because it won't be leaked in advance, I have to trouble you. Girl, you don't have to be so polite to your family. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the imperial examination in spring. The Luo family invited 4 people from Quanfu as matchmakers and Luo Jinghua, the bridegroom, to Duke Ding's mansion with the betrothal money, cash gifts, and betrothal gifts. It must be said that there were not only people in Duke Ding's mansion waiting to accept the engagement, but also people from the Sun family, as well as many relatives and friends. How many of them came with sincerity, and how many of them came to see a joke? In fact, everyone was well aware of it. It was just that some words were too harsh, and Duchess Ding's face almost couldn't hold it. When the people of the Luo family arrived, they didn't see anything special except for some ridicule and sarcasm. In fact, our sister Jia grew up in a nest of wealth. I don't know what kind of hard life she will live in the future. The betrothal money is quite a lot. It's 100,000 taels. Someone even ignored Duchess Ding's face and counted the gift list with trembling hands. What is all birds pay homage to the phoenix? And it's a single one. What's going on? Why don't we take it out and have a look? The name sounds quite strange. In fact, Sunny Jia was in the back hall. A group of sisters in the mansion, as well as the older sisters outside, were also eccentric. They said that if she brought so much dowry over, would she have to support the whole Luo family in the future? After all, Sister Jia is disfigured. If she doesn't bring more dowry, how can she establish herself? Son Jia didn't care at all. But when she heard, all birds pay homage to the phoenix on the gift list, she was stunned. His painting was completed? He even brought betrothal gifts? How could Son Jia not know the value of that painting? He took it out today as a betrothal gift. He wanted to give her half of all the fame and glory. Son Jia couldn't stop crying. How many times had she been a good person to be treated like this in this life? When the crowd saw Son Jia crying, they couldn't say anything. However, some people curled their lips. What's the use of crying now? You'll have to cry in the future. Outside, someone glanced at the most special long brocade box and reached out to take it. A few full fortune madams, who were indifferent before, reached out to stop them. This thing is precious. You'd better not touch it. If it's damaged, none of you can afford to pay for it. Speaking of which, as the full fortune madams invited by the Luo family, they weren't too happy at first because they had already expected what would happen. However, this most important betrothal gift gave them enough confidence. The more these people said now, the more painful it would be for them to be slapped in the face later. Madam, this thing is indeed precious. It's one of a kind in the world. If it's damaged, even if an identical copy is made, its value won't be as good as 1,000th of it. The matchmaker stroked the brocade box and chuckled. Since they had already made it so clear, naturally, no one would be tactful enough to force them to take it. However, even Duchess Ding's curiosity was aroused. However, if the Luo family could really take out such a good thing, it would be good to show it to these people. Thus, she smiled and said, "Why don't we let everyone see it?" The matchmaker nodded, opened the brocade box, and took out the painting. I thought it was something special. What's so rare about a painting of 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix? It's one of a kind in the world? What a joke. Duchess Ding was also greatly disappointed. An ordinary painting of 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix is naturally not rare. The third young master of the Luo family is not famous. He's just a graduate. There's nothing particularly outstanding about him. However, he's someone who doesn't take the ordinary path. He's ambitious. He dares to think and dare to do, so he can do what others can't. With the help of another madam, the entire painting was unfolded. Everyone who didn't take it seriously shut their mouths completely. Duchess Ding covered her mouth in disbelief. What kind of painting technique is this? It's so vivid, as if it's real. It's Brother Bo's self-created Gongbi painting technique. After a lot of practice, he completed this masterpiece. Our Brother Bo doesn't think he has anything to show. He only has this painting that hasn't been seen yet. He also hopes to use this painting to express his feelings for the girl in your family, the matchmaker said with a faint smile. Another madam gently stroked the painting. These people shut up, but they still felt that it wasn't satisfying enough. I don't know if this is one of a kind. Is the first masterpiece of Gongbi painting precious enough? If it's damaged, Can you afford to pay for it? None of these people were really uneducated. Whether something was precious or not, they would more or less know. They really couldn't afford to pay for this painting, so they could only twitch the corners of their mouths and say nothing. Good, good, good. Duchess Ding said a series of good words. This painting alone had earned her back all her face. At this moment, she was very satisfied with Luo Jinghua. Tomorrow, no, there was no need to wait until tomorrow. In less than 2 hours, this son-in-law would be famous in the capital and even overshadow his son. After all, no matter how powerful his son was, he hadn't created a new way of painting. Then, his name would gradually spread all over the world. Everyone who began to learn Gongbi painting would treat him as their master. He would become the founder of a generation. If his daughter married such a person, even if she lived in a thatched hut, she would only be said to be noble and pure. Luo Jinghua was actually very embarrassed at this moment. This was all his little sister's glory, and he had taken it all. Before the painting was put away, some male guests came over after hearing about it. After seeing it, they all praised it. Sun Yilin looked at the painting and sighed with emotion. He didn't expect this brother-in-law to be so capable. I'm relieved to leave my little sister to you. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I will definitely treat your little sister well. If I don't treat her well, my little sister will tear me apart alive. Thinking of his little sister's various teachings and threats to him these days, he couldn't wait to hold Sun Yijia in the palm of his hand. Sun Yilin couldn't help but laugh. Miss Luo was really good to his little sister. Although his little sister had gone through ups and downs, it was worth it to finally get this marriage. It was all worth it. https://www.bicken.com/11/18007/6653001. HTML. We will deal with it as soon as possible. After reporting, please wait patiently and refresh the page. Please remember the domain name of this book, www.bicken.com. Bicken. Com mobile version, reading website, Bicken.com. You're tuning in to the Echo Reads YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.